Hello.
Hey, everybody. Let's see.
I don't hear it.
I can still hear it.
Really? Do you guys hear an echo?
Hi, Victoria. Stormy sky. Wait and see. If it's only me, then I'll try and keep my safety.
You'll just leave your own live and just hand it over to me to go off.
I'll join you in. Leslie says echoing.
Aww. Did you check your speaker? Whether you're using internal microphone or...
Well, I mean, it's on my phone. How would I...
True.
Hi, Brown Eyed Jean. Thank you. Hi, Lavender. Well, you keep the people company. I'll try to figure this out.
Okay. Brown-eyed girl. What do you guys want us to talk about tonight? Like, what are some good topics? What's been going on your side of the tube? Oh, Leslie B says it hit your echo cancellation and turn it back on. That's a good one.
Okay, it's off. It's back on. I'm still echoing.
Are you?
So I can hear it, but you can't.
Well, I can't hear it, but the chat can. She's talking to me from behind the scenes. Well, thanks, Alicia. Who's your cold cases? Hello.
HCC, how do we fix this?
Hey, Randy. Glad you're here. Thanks for coming. Late night. I definitely was too amped up to sleep. There's a setting in audio. Turn on the echo cancel. It says, who's your cold cases?
It is.
It's on. I feel like a real proper go-between here. And of course, you know, Diva Aspen Conner is late. Per usual. They had a great conversation last night, didn't they, guys? Like, that was really good. It just flowed so easily and was pretty cool to listen to. Like, even in the chat, they were just like, I feel like, I think it was Otto Man. He was like, I feel like I'm just like listening into a private conversation because it just flowed so well. Mamita Alicia. They have such unique names on here. Have Amy, I don't think she's here anymore. Oh, you did? You caught the replay of your live? Aw, thank you for sharing it. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of those out there, dude. Sheesh. Yeah, it should be interesting when the, I don't know if the live chat is on there, Leslie B, yet or not, but that should be interesting to read through. Hey, hey, Paisley. Here to trigger. So I was like, I keep hearing this song like running through my head. I'm not going to try to sing it, but it goes a little something like, "Is on the run." Like, what name fits like so perfect right before that? Ernie's on the run. And that's all I know. I can't remember the rest of the lyrics to that song. Hey, Fluzzy Bee. Oh, of course. Okay. Well, tell her to come back so I can leave. I don't have two windows open. No. Let me double check, but nope.
Okay.
Is it still echoing?
Yes. HCC says it has to be on your end. Because it's
always
just
me.
no matter what device I'm using.
Okay.
So he said something about making sure you didn't have a second thing open.
How's that?
I'm talking. Oh my God, I don't hear myself.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that was easy. I just hit my echo cancellation. So my echo cancellation canceled your echo out. We need to remember that for the future. Aerosmith, yes. That's it. I was not, I mean, we should have HCC sing it because he actually can sing. But I was singing Ernie's on the Run.
You were singing Ernie's on the Run? I missed
On the Run. Yeah. But I'm not going to sing because, like, I cannot carry a tune in a bucket. Hey, Daisy. Oh, you did? Thank you. Baseball
you,
bat
HCC.
analogy. See, I feel like I am terrible at coming up with analogies. So my baseball bat one was like kind of like brutal. Like, did you hear that? Chaotic?
What?
And I was like, if you had like six people lined up and somebody took a baseball bat to the five before you's head, would you not duck? Or would you just be like, well, they haven't done it to me?
Well, you know.
Like, man.
We've discussed this many times and people just don't get it still.
Yeah.
But I did like that you used my reference to Jeffrey Dahmer tonight.
Oh yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah, I mean it's true. It's is it hard to sing? I doubt it. I doubt it's hard for you to sing. You probably can play the piano and sing it all at the same time. Hey Incog. Hey Tracy. So what's new? What's been going on? I feel like it's been such a long time since we've done one of these.
It has been a long time. Well, our schedules aren't the same anymore. Like you go to bed early now.
I know.
I'm
I
like
know.
late now.
I've been trying to be good about like just changing my, how do you say that? Circadian, is that it? Circadian rhythm. But in all honesty, I end up just like laying there. If I go to bed early, I just wake up all night long. So it's just.
Yeah, that's why I was up live last night. I laid there for hours trying to go to sleep because I knew I needed to and I couldn't. And Aspen was getting ready to get off of a live. And I was like, what are you doing?
Hey, Grandma Watches. Back together doing a live. Good times.
Yeah, and then was it last week that we were supposed to? And then I just disappeared.
Yep.
I think it was. All kinds of chaos was breaking out. And I was like, yeah, I'm just going to lay low for a minute.
Right. Yeah, I tried and then I didn't today. But I made it a week, like a week and a half. Like, hello. I mean, that's something to be impressed about.
Yeah. I mean, some people make it really hard to be quiet.
Yeah, especially when they're like defaming your name and trying to spread lies so that they can make money off of the lies and like discredit the truth.
Yeah. Yeah. Originally, I don't know if did you watch the whole live from me and Aspen last night?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I
Hey,
had
Deb.
told everybody it was going to be crime tonight, and then due to other events happening, there
What?
probably won't be much crime discussion.
I'm like, what?
At least not the updates and such, because I don't think tonight's going to be that night.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm kind of crimed out.
I need more crime in my life and less everything else.
Yeah. Did you catch any of the Mark Summerall
I
live I did?
No, I was at the hair salon.
Yeah, he's been imprisoned for 17 years for shoplifting, but it was his third offense. And they gave him life without the possibility of parole. Like, let's just use some common sense. Thank you, Sarah Smiles. She signed the petition. Yeah, free Mark Summerall. It's I don't know, just like the whole he's tried to appeal it on his own. I'm sure he doesn't have all kinds of money. He's been locked up and they just keep denying it for technicality and like, filing fee charges and just like dumb stuff like that. But like these people are literally okay, so 14,000 times 17. That's how he stole a jacket in COG, or he attempted to steal a jacket and he got caught. Like, are you kidding me? It's absurd to me. Like, yeah, they kill people and are out sooner than that. Like, what the fuck? Exactly. It's just it's not right. And there's a bunch of people in Mississippi that have like no, he got life without the possibility of parole in COG. He's just served 17 years so far for it, but he'll never get out. Like, I'm Cold Truth,
Yeah,
Tracy, and I do have a channel.
Leslie or Sarah, I'm sure we'll drop the link for you. I don't know who else is in here right now. Possibly.
Yeah, Alicia, it is insane. Like, that's what I said on my thumbnail is like, are they insane? But see, the thing is I was looking through the record and I found this like murder rapist that they let out. Like, well, I mean, he's eligible for parole. Like, what? Hello? Like, common sense says quit being so petty about the technicalities and let the man out. Like, he's 54 years old, and he looks so sweet. I'm gonna try to actually talk to him next week. Thanks, Deb.
Thank you, Deb.
That's so sweet. But yeah, I'm gonna try to talk to him and just I don't know, see if there's anything that I can do. I don't know. He just got denied like literally last month again. It's upsetting. Thank you, Tracy.
Our system is ridiculous.
It really is. I think it's just an abuse of the 3 strikes law, which in domestic violence, like alone, like in most states, they consider like that they get a crime of passion defense and they'll end up getting like manslaughter. But in my opinion, like if you okay, for your first domestic violence charge, then just that's it. Like you serve what the state like median is or whatever. But
Mhm.
your second or third and you kill that person and you have a record of domestically abusing that person, you should get life without the possibility of parole automatically because it's premeditated murder at that point. Like you've tried to kill them before and you didn't succeed. So now you are it's not a crime of passion. It's not a manslaughter. It is a flat out intentional murder with forethought, you know? Thank you, Queen Ashley. Are you drinking a drink tonight?
I mean, I have a drink. It doesn't have alcohol in it.
Oh, that sucks.
Trust me, I've been fired up enough that I didn't think that was the best move tonight.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it is. I went live on it earlier today. I just feel like I didn't do it justice though. Like I was like kind of stumbly and like I let my nerves get the better of me and just don't feel like I did a good job, but
I mean, I caught like the very end. I got home just in time for you to say you were coming back in like 30 minutes. So,
yeah. Yeah.
but I'm sure that you did fine. You always do. You just, I don't know, you doubt yourself a lot sometimes.
No,
Kind
I'm just
of me.
honest.
Kind of like me. I won't go live by myself.
Oh, it's not as scary as I just like if I don't look at the chat and I just like talk, then I do okay, but um I'm trying to correct some of my bad habits
Sarah
of like
watched the live earlier today, though.
I know I saw her in there. She did. It wasn't like nerves. It was just kind of more like I just felt like I couldn't get my links to pull up and then it was just I don't know. I just felt like it didn't go as as didn't go as good as I wanted it to. Oh, thanks, Forever Young. Yeah, bangs are it. I've always had them because I have a 5 head.
Well, I can't have bangs for two reasons now. A, since I've added the black back in, I was like, yeah, me and Mel are not twinning. Number one reason. And then when I was talking to the kid about me doing more of a like split style, she was like, because she has, I don't know if you've seen her new picture, but she did like the split bangs.
Yeah.
And she was like, can I just have bangs to myself since she's my twin and all? I was like, I'm doing bangs. It's fine. Calm down.
Oh. Oh, really, Heather? Um,
1 month after
like you moved to Prattville, Alabama? I bet it was. That case is still it's just heartbreaking. I have a feeling it's solved, but not I think the grand jury said there wasn't enough. Have you seen that clip of I don't have to look I'm gonna look it up so I don't just like butcher it again. I think it was Anna like Bohr. Man, what was it?
Yeah, forever young. But I mean, if we're being honest, you can ask Mel how many times she's ever seen my hair down. It's usually because my hair just got freshly done. If you see my hair down, I just don't care. Did you have your hair straightened? It got recolored and stuff today, so.
Yeah. Um, Marianne Bach Meyer, Germany's revenge mother who shot her child's killer in the middle of his trial. Have you seen the video?
Mm-mm.
Yeah. She just looks so like she's so beautiful, and like she just comes in and just puts 6 rounds right into the dude. I guess like the day before he had tried to blame he said that the little girl, so her daughter was like enticing him like she was, trying to turn him on or whatever. And so she basically, that was his defense. And the next day she just comes in, she's got a trench coat on, looking all badass and beautiful, and she just pulls out her freaking Glock and like lights him up 6 times. She's like six bullets for the amount of years my daughter got to live. It's on YouTube.
Oh,
It's like a it seems like something that you would like to cover in your like community posts. You should put it in there. It's pretty, like, she got like 6 years, and I would be like, well worth it. I'll serve that time.
You cut your own hair and it looks like your avatar. Let's see, Queen Ashley's about to do her hair blue. Mama Sita is doing her hair while listening. I seen somebody. What was the other one?
Yeah, Forever Young. It's like therapeutic, and it's like free counseling. I do hair.
Yeah.
So like I feel like I should get like you should be like grandfathered in to a psychology degree or something, because that's just like what we do. I honestly think sometimes we're like better at it. We'll have to see if Aspen concurs whenever his late ass shows up.
Yeah, because he's extra late at this point.
Oh yeah, he's like super extra late.
Alicia, I'm right there with you on the messy bun, but I've found a way to perfect it since I've gotten extra lazy, per se. And I told Mama Sita, because Mama Sita likes how my buns turn out. And I was like, yeah, I put it up in a fresh bun before I go to bed. And then however I wake up, that's how people get me the next day. That's literally the secret to my messy buns. So I get it.
Yeah, he's fired.
My daughter's hair is like Mel's on top.
Wait, Aspen's late? Shocker. I know.
Yeah, Sarah's hair is so long. It's so pretty, though.
I finally got to talk to HCC a little bit the other day. It's been like a minute. It was nice. We had some good laughs.
I don't feel like I've got to talk to anybody lately. And I feel horrible, but my schedule's just so different from everybody.
We were up late the other night on there, and you didn't even check in. So,
I mean, somebody could have called me.
Yeah, I guess.
Maybe, Mamita, if I did, I'm sorry. Who knows?
But yeah, I agree with Aspen. He said last night you've been killing it on your community post. I lasted like a month of like keeping up on community posts, and I was like done. I did that, my crazy Krista Stalker posts. I enjoyed writing those. It was like, it was therapeutic for me to get that whole story out of like how that like really did happen, because it was just such a crazy year of my life that she took up, that it was just like, wow, just to sit and like think about everything that happened that year and all that she did was it really I enjoyed it.
I mean, it's fun because I get to find new ones that I haven't heard about. But there's been a few times where I almost missed posting.
Yeah.
I'm trying. I haven't missed a day yet.
Doing the adulting thing. Yeah, me too. I actually redid the kitchen, and then I think you saw the backsplash, and then I did the entire living room and hallway and entryway too, all by myself. I had me a big platform ladder. It's looking like a crazy person. But I'm too OCD to let anybody help me. So the only thing that he could do was hold the can of paint up in the air so that I could get it out.
All right, you stop picking on me. You can come to my house next, Mel.
Oof. I think I'm retired. I've got 2 more rooms in my house that I want to have redone, and then it's all been remodeled. But they're just like the laundry room. Who cares? And our bedroom, bathroom, like the bathroom in our bedroom. Maybe he decided that since you invited me on here, he was like, no way, I'm not coming on there with that crazy person.
He asked if I talked to him. He asked me if I've talked to you.
That's what I'm going to ask him. If he's avoiding us because I'm on here.
Thank you, Mamita. Say hi, Georgina. Yeah, because he said 11:15, 11:20, and it's 11:35.
Right. Maybe he is avoiding you because of me.
I doubt that.
She's just too much trouble. I can't. He's afraid that I'm going to make him uncomfortable. Get big wide eyes.
Deb thinks he fell asleep.
Well, let's call him.
I think he was headed home when he messaged me.
He's a night owl, though, so he must just be taking a cat nap. We should wake him up. He's on another call. Oh, interesting.
Well, that's unacceptable.
Yeah. Wonder who that could be.
Well,
I gotta go get a Tylenol. My head is hurting.
Because you haven't drank enough.
You think that's it?
Yep.
I have a headache because I haven't drank enough. I think it's usually the opposite. Deb
said she just called him. He's on his way.
Thank you. That was Deb. Oh, Grandma watches. Thank you for your comment on my live. That's really sweet. That's right. And you're totally right.
I don't know what to talk about tonight now. Although I didn't know what to talk about at 3 o'clock this morning either.
Right. Have you been following any cases lately? Anything new?
Otto, are you trying to cause trouble?
Otto, man. He's talking to Greeno. They're teaming up. If he wants daggers, he could do that.
Hello?
Hello?
Sorry I'm late.
I can hear myself.
Can you?
Aspen's there at the time.
You got to do your echo cancel.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Yep.
No?
So I apologize for being late. I couldn't get an Uber.
What?
I couldn't get an Uber.
Oh my.
So
That's dumb. Like, is that a problem? Like that Ubers just don't come?
I don't go out, so I don't know.
What have you been doing? It's been so long.
I know, it's been a long time. I went to a comedy show tonight for my sister's birthday.
Oh, fun. We
Yeah.
went to one a couple weeks ago. Theo Vaughn.
Oh
Have you
yeah.
heard of him? Yeah, I like him. What did you go see?
Adam Sandler.
What? Are you serious? Adam Sandler?
Yeah, I have to say though, it wasn't funny.
What?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
I mean,
Was he dead?
I loved Adam Sandler when he was on like SNL, and
Yeah.
some of the movies are great, but he just, I don't know, it just wasn't my kind of humor, I guess, maybe.
Wow.
He was still doing the same stuff that he was doing when he was like 25, and I was like,
Oh, it was like no new content.
Yeah, I'm like, dude, you're like 56.
True.
So, but
Okay.
Kevin James opened for him, and he was actually really funny.
Really? That's good.
Yeah.
At least you had one. Was
Yeah.
it expensive? I feel like that would be expensive.
It was like $100.
Oh, that's not too bad.
Yeah. And we had pretty good seats, but I expected it to be over at like 10:30, and then I was like, okay, and then trying to get home, I was like, okay, I had to wait for an Uber, and it cost like literally for a mile, it was like $28. I was like, oh, this is why I don't go out.
That's terrible. What was your favorite Adam Sandler movie?
Probably The Wedding Singer.
Yeah. I liked 50 First Dates.
That was going to be my other one.
Yeah. And then, what's the one with the little boy?
Little Nicky.
Big Daddy.
Oh, Big Daddy, yeah.
That was such a good one. That's probably my favorite one is Big Daddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot about Big Daddy.
Yeah, that was a good one. Okay. I'm going to go and get a Tylenol. Well, there he is. Cute hat.
Thanks.
Do you watch Peaky Blinders? Anybody?
I've seen it.
I do not.
Are you serious? I feel like you would love it.
Mr.
I like
K trying to convince me of that too, and I'm having no part of it.
I've been Peaky obsessed. I had no part of it either. Like we've not watched it until we're almost all the way through it. Like we've been watching like a few a day. My daughter's into it now. Like we're like, so last weekend, my daughter, she's at her dad's. She sends me a message and she was like, Grace is dead. And she's like all of these like crying emojis. And she's like, Grace is dead. And like, we know a Grace and she's a young, like, she's like 21, And I was like panicked. Like I thought she died. Like I had no idea. Like I call and she was like, I can't believe. And I'm like, oh my gosh, is Taya okay? And like, she's like, what are you talking about? Who cares about her? She goes, who cares about her? Grace is dead. And I was like, because that's her best friend. she's like, huh? She's like, I'm talking about Peaky Blinders. And I was like, don't you ever do that to me again. Like, you little shit.
Isn't what's his name in Peaky Blinders? The Celian, or he's got like the really piercing blue eyes.
Yeah. He's Tommy Shelby. Yeah, he's like the main guy.
Yeah.
I feel like he kind of looks like my man with dark hair. Yeah.
I've never seen your man, so I don't know.
I think it's more so like in the eyes. But like if my man had dark features, he's a blondie though, but
I've never seen a Mr. Caddick or Mr. Cold Truth.
Really? Well, he hates social media.
Why?
I don't know. What's not to love about it?
It's amazing.
I've made Mr. Cat very loud and vulgar, so I try and keep him away.
I doubt that.
Same.
Oh, he's definitely gotten sassy the longer he's been with me.
Yeah.
Why? You're so, like we established last night, you're so warm and fuzzy.
100%.
I'm gonna need you to correct this for the record, Mel.
What?
No, Mel, isn't she? She's like the warmest and fuzziest of anyone, isn't she?
Oh my gosh, yeah. Like she tried to say that she was like cold and dark. I was like,
Yeah.
No. If you were a color, you would be like bright gold.
Right? I'm like, which Care Bear are you?
I know.
I'm gonna need you to come up here and set the record straight. You'll tell how it is. And yes, you see him calm, but you don't hear him when like he's watching like someone's video about anyone that we don't particularly like per se. Like he goes off worse than I do, and I'm like, calm yourself, sir. Yes.
That's funny.
But, you know, I mean, you're both with men, so you know, men are the biggest drama gossips in the world.
Gosh. Yes, 100%. And then they try to like gaslight and turn it around, and it's like, oh, you women being women and like all of your emotional problems. I'm like, are you kidding me? You guys have like 4 periods a month. Like, get out of here.
Have you ever seen a man with his feelings hurt?
A man when he's sick?
Oh. I mean, a man with a cold is like, you know, a woman with, you know, a
baby. Like having a baby.
Yeah.
Otto, man, that is not BS. It's a cold truth, is what it is. It is so true.
Pinned now.
Huh?
So I'm leaving Incog's comment pinned now.
She's warm, cuddly teddy bear. If warm, cuddly teddy bears were violent. Oh. She's so precious.
You know what? Love is love.
She's like she's like that freaking crazy little man she's got living in that room.
Mikey, he's right there. They see
Which one?
I know. There's a lot.
They didn't get to see Robert last night, but they got to see Sam and Big Mikey.
Yeah, I don't like Robert. I think Robert's probably like the worst one.
Did everyone notice your new sign tonight, Chaotic?
Do what?
Did everyone notice your new sign?
I don't know.
I noticed it right off the bat last night. I love Chaotic's new little neon sign. I was like, it's like the perfect signature for her.
Yeah.
He's talking about that one.
That's funny. Huh? What did I do?
You noticed it when I came in.
Oh yeah. I knew what it was.
Yeah.
I was proud of myself for having my eyes have been like crazy lately. But I've been having all these weird symptoms. It feels like someone scared the crap out of me by coming around a corner, and like I have these like tingling, like I don't know, does anybody what feeling I'm talking about? Just like when you get scared all of a sudden, or you think you forgot something like really important, like wearing clothes out in public or something, and you're just like freak out. It happens sometimes, but yeah, it's been just like an ongoing struggle. Like it's driving me insane. And I finally figured out what it is. My potassium level is too low.
Really?
Yeah.
I would not have thought. I mean, I don't know anything about potassium, but I wouldn't have thought that would be.
It can cause like some neurological symptoms, but it can cause it's like actually really can be life threatening, and like it can be like super dangerous because it cause seizures and death and heart attack.
So, Mel, are you telling us that you need to consume more bananas?
Yes, I am. I need some banana love. I hate bananas. I can't eat a banana. Like, I don't even like to watch people peel a banana. Like, it just feels like a circumcision is happening. Just like, like, I don't like it.
Chaotic's like foreplay.
Chucky doesn't. Maybe that soft teddy bear does, but
oh goodness.
So Chaotic, how's your hair? Let me see. Oh, it looks good.
So
isn't that cool?
Yeah.
We didn't do the
like block color,
but we went like pretty far back so that I could get the general idea. And then
All right, I'm going.
2 weeks to make my blonde whiter. But I figure 2 weeks I'll be decided if I like it, love it, or hate it. So
it looks. I mean, it's hard to tell, of course, with the dark, like the red light, but it looks really pretty from here.
Thank you. So far, I like it a lot. I am gonna do it, even if I decide to.
Is it like a dark? Is it like a darker blonde that's cool?
Yeah. So where I added more, I had to pull some of the black out to go with this blonde to make it give me that look. It didn't go quite as light as the other, so we did it more of like a gray, darker gray,
right,
of blonde for now. But I'm gonna do it in baby steps to go all the way split. So like we're gonna work on getting all the blonde, and I'm gonna add. Let's see, which side's the blonde on? This side. Okay. I'm gonna add a big chunk of blonde underneath on this side.
Right.
And then just kind of slowly go from there. But we'll see.
Yeah, I think it's gonna look great. You said so. It's gonna look like this for the engagement party next week, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That'll be really pretty, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm still secretly kind of hoping for an elopement, so I don't have to wait a year and 7 months. But we'll see.
So, what did I miss on the YouTube streets tonight? Anything exciting?
A little green person made an appearance in Mel's chat.
I heard that Mel did a chat.
Yeah, she did a serious one and then left for 30 minutes and then came back and addressed the other stuff.
Oh, so I did miss some stuff on the YouTube streets tonight.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll get brought up.
Well, I did receive a message that Mel did a live tonight, but I didn't know the content.
That's why I don't know if you noticed the thumbnail. I changed it. It originally had said, "Let's talk crime and case updates," I think, and I changed it to general conversation or something like that.
Right. I'm looking at it. What does it say? Late night chat?
Yeah, that's what the title is right now.
Yeah. 32 likes. Anyone that's in the chat, if you haven't liked Chaotic Stream, make sure you hit the thumbs up button. Please.
Thank you, Aspen.
Yeah. Hey, Daisy. Sorry, I just pulled up chat. I'm gonna fangirl for a minute. Hey, Grandma Watches. Hey, Otto. Hey, Incognito. My girl Deb. There's Daisy. No effing drama. Good name. I stand with the stand. I saw you last night. Good to see you. Sugar Pie. Good to see you. Queen Ashley. Hey. Hey, Sarah Smiles. All right. I won't take over your chat. Sorry.
You're good.
I just pulled it up, so I wanted to say hi to a few people. And Daisy, I didn't see you last night. Were you in here last night? I apologize if I missed you last night.
Mel, Incog wants to know if you're on potassium or if they told you to eat different things.
Bananas.
Well, they put me on potassium. I don't know if you've ever taken potassium, but it's like giving you a horse pill. I mean, they're huge, and they're my body doesn't, because every time I was going to get blood work, because I have to get blood work done a lot, like for the kidney stuff. And every time I was going, my potassium kept still being low, and they were like accusing me of not taking my horse pills. And I was like, yes, I sure am. Like, and I can't
Were you not absorbing them?
I can't absorb it. It's like a methylation problem. So I can drink like Pedialytes, or when I spring for it, I buy this like mineral additive that you add to your drinks. It's just kind of pricey and like gross. Tastes terrible.
I might not. Are there different delivery methods you can take for potassium? Because I know, like, being a vegetarian, I've had to do that with iron. But like, if just like regular iron pills, I don't absorb the right way, and so I have to try to get it through other methods.
Yeah.
I'm not good with vitamins in general, but
I think iron, you can do No, that's not iron. That's just for your thyroid. But you can do what's it called? They're like tinctures. My daughter has to do them. We got just like it's like a little vial and just a little bit under in her mouth. Like for her, that's what we did with her. She absorbs it a lot better. Like we found out a lot about ourselves, like doing the 23andMe, and then I uploaded to Live Wello, and like your the methylation panel was just like both of us were totally homozygous and like heterozygous for almost the whole entire panel. So we just don't absorb nutrients like you would normally. So a lot of it is just getting it in a methylated form. So if you get iron in a methylated form, you should do okay.
Yeah, that's what I found out too. Because I mean, I was kind of ignorant with it. I just thought, oh, you take an iron pill, you're fine. Just like if you take a daily a multivitamin, you get everything you need. But your body only accepts what it wants. So
exactly. Yeah, and then
of course my body is difficult and doesn't accept love.
Is it
very well?
Oh, doesn't accept love.
It's like no.
It's like yeah. It's like that's bananas.
You're like, is this nicotine or bad decisions? Then I don't want it.
Oh no. Yeah, I heard you that you missed you were at Adam Sandler, so of course you missed my live.
But I did receive a message asking if I saw it, but I don't know the content of your live earlier. So
yeah, I was just correcting some ridiculousness that's been put out there, like I don't have a no contact order. I did not take anyone's channel down. Did not conspire with Gray Hughes. Like none of that happened. It's just all lies. But he's changed, so he deserves a second chance, right?
Oh, okay, I know who you're talking about.
Sheesh.
How is Gray Hughes?
It's great. Gray's good. He sent me a super chat. That was nice.
That's not going to help with the rumors.
I don't think either one of us give a fuck.
Boom.
Boom is right. I don't care. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad to see that, people have internet connections.
Internet connections. What does that mean? Is that a rumor that's going around?
Well, no, I mean, if people popped into your chat, at least we know they have an internet connection.
I get you.
Killing it.
I mean, just full of them tonight. Look at her just like sitting back, like acting all demure. That was the thing that pissed me off the most about that stupid JM video. Like him sitting there like just like a little puppy.
I didn't watch it actually. I mean, I know.
It was lame and full of lies.
I was on stream yesterday for I was with Sunny for 4 hours and then Chaotic for 2 hours. So I was it was 5 a.m. and I was like, okay, I'm going to bed.
Really? 5 a.m?
It's her fault.
I heard you guys last night, and you had a date with a 1-year-old for the entire day.
So yeah, my youngest niece is 1. Well, she's 18 months. And so my sisters needed a little help, and so she just needed a little help with childcare. So I've been trying to go up. I've been trying to at least do 1 day a week and go up and hang out with her for the day.
That's fun.
And so I spent 12 hours with her on Thursday, and it was so much fun.
Isn't it? Isn't it great?
So much fun.
I finally have all in 1 year. I got 3 nieces and nephews. It's been drought for 12 years. The twins are no, they're 13 now. So there hasn't been any little babies. And then all of a sudden they just all decided at one time. I was like, yes. So there's a
thank you,
18-month-old year and a half, well, 2 years old, and then a baby, like widow baby.
Oh. Yeah, I have 3 nieces. One's 25, one's 18, and then one's 1.5. So
wow,
it's been like a 17-year drought.
Wow, that is.
And the 2 older ones are sisters, so they've never had cousins.
Yeah. Oh wow.
So.
Yeah, the 18-month-old is talking like sentences, and it is hilarious.
Is it a boy or girl?
Boy. Oh, he calls me Momo.
Oh. I mean, for a boy at 18 months to be like doing full-on sentences, that's really cool. Yeah. Because
when I answered, it did look like I was coming out of the bathroom. Like when they FaceTimed me earlier, it's like his favorite thing to do. And it looked like I was coming out of our bathroom, and he goes, Momo Toilet? I was like, dang it. Now every time he's going to be like, Momo Toilet, Momo Toilet. I'm like, great.
You know, it's funny because like when I was there on Thursday, like that was the only awkward part was like when I had to go to the bathroom because like, you know, they want to go everywhere with you. And I'm like, okay, I'm like your uncle. I'm like, we're not doing this.
Right.
Like, you know?
Yeah.
And she's got like a little potty in like the bathroom because they're just starting to do the whole potty training thing. So her little potty thing, like it actually has like a flush sound. She has a button she can press.
Aww.
And so she'll sit on it and like mimic things, but she like, all she wants to do is like press the button. But I'm like, you're not going in the bathroom with me. So I'm like, so she had to like stand out by the door, and she's like trying to like.
My nephew, like the one that they live, my sister, like they don't live here, so we don't get to see them very often. But the one, like if you go to the bathroom, his favorite thing is to get down on the floor and like try to like, he'll put his hands under there. Tries to look. I was like,
it's like if you have a dog or cat and you don't let them in, you know, I mean, you know how pets are, you know, you don't let them in.
Yeah.
So it's like, I'm like, hold on. And she's like, and you see like the little shadow of the head on the ground.
Yeah, exactly. Like they can't, like why would you dare close a door on me?
Right. And I'm like, because I'm your 41-year-old uncle.
The thing with you're like my other one, he's not really my like nephew, but we spend like the most time with him, our friend's little boy, and he's got a urinal. Like it is the cutest thing ever, like a baby urinal.
Well, you know, most adult men I know don't know how to like aim in the thing, so hopefully he can get it down pat.
So annoying. So annoying. And then leaving the seat up. Like, who do you think you are? The audacity to leave the seat up. I hate it.
I was trained really early with that because I have like all females in my family, so I'm like, I've always been conscientious of that. But like even at that, like Adam Sandler, like there was a line in the men's room, but not the women's room. So that shows you what the demographics were like for this show. But I'm like, I walked in the bathroom and I was like, oh, like it's like you're tiptoeing because I'm like, you're all middle-aged men. Can you not make it into the appropriate receptacle?
Is it a trowel? Or is it
no
trowels? Because I think that's super weird.
That's what my grade school was.
A trowel.
Yeah.
I can't say that word very well.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? Like a horse, like a trowel.
Yeah, like my grade school was like literally just like a wall with like
all the pee goes in there.
Yeah.
It's so gross.
What is my show?
Oh, Daisy, I would have to leave him.
I mean, I could talk about Greeno more or Graz, like if you'd like, but
I fully expected it, so. Hi, Jimbo. Happy birthday.
Hey, Jimbo. Oh, is today Jimbo's birthday?
Yes, it is.
Aw, the stand. Happy birthday.
Jimbo's a Pisces?
Oh, I thought you were going to say he's potty trained.
I assume. I mean, Jimbo's got a lovely wife, so I assume he's potty trained.
He better be potty trained. He better put that seat down and not pee on it.
I feel like Jimbo's conscientious of that with his wife.
You think so? I don't know.
I have a feeling. I think she might give him the smackdown if he's not.
Yeah, he can't be a dirty bird with her.
No, he's a daughter too, so I think he knows what's up and what to put down.
Mine doesn't, because he got sick of me slamming them down and him having to replace them. So I'll just, like, if he leaves it up, I just slam it in the middle of the night and scares him. And then, like, then he just has to replace the toilet seats after a while. So he just kind of stopped all on his own. Didn't even have to say anything.
Oh, you're right, Jimbo. It is still Aquarius, isn't it? I know Deb's birthday's on the 21st, and so that's why I was thinking Pisces.
I did watch Sick last night after we got off of here.
Oh, how was it? Because I've not watched it. We were talking horror movies last night, Mel.
It was pretty good.
What's the horror movie? I'm not going to watch it, but...
Thick.
Thick?
Sick. Yes.
Like, thick, like bones? Or
It was a pandemic horror film.
Oh, absolutely not. No, I have enough phobias.
I know in the preview there was a scene where the girl, she runs up to a car and she's like, "Help!" And the woman goes, "You have a mask, don't you?"
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's towards the last quarter of it.
That's funny.
It was pretty good though.
I thought I'd check it out. I think it was on Peacock, right?
Mm-hmm.
I just got rid of Peacock. Have you guys seen any of that? Like, My Lover, My Killer on Netflix?
No.
The second season came out. Whew, so good.
I haven't seen the first season. I'll put it on my list.
It's so good. Sarah Smiles is with me on the toilet, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a real problem. It's just impolite.
There's only one correct answer when it comes to the toilet seat. And that's
down.
Put it down.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, it's supposed to be in the down position when you are not on it.
Right. And if you're standing, you need to lift it up.
And then put it down.
Yeah. Because
How do
that's
you
my
guys
biggest
feel
thing.
about bidets?
I have a bidet.
You do?
Of course you do.
Oh,
I
that
didn't-
sounds like such a thing you would have.
It just happened to be here when I moved in.
Like, you want to be in living with bloke or something. Like, I feel like, but what is it? Bidets are French.
Are they? Yeah.
I think. I can
Well,
see you at a bodega and just with your bidet and your bodega and just
The first 6 months I lived here,
fashionably late
I just looked at it.
everywhere and maybe a pinky up. Oh yes. And then maybe you could wear your scally cap and then get some like little circular glasses and then wear them really low on your nose.
Right.
And with
do you think they'd be better than my Dahmer glasses?
Whoa, those are Dahmery.
I love his Dahmer glasses on him.
I mean, they're pretty cool, but like they're not the vibe I was thinking of. I was thinking of more of like a just like sweater vests and like, you know, like
this is what
necks.
To wear the next time we all get together.
We're gonna dress like we think that he should dress.
Like we're going to
like
a museum.
Aspen Conner dress like this, like we're all just like dressed like him and then take pictures and send it to him for his like thumbnails. Just get every different look, put them all together. I don't know, we're not going to be able to nail the symmetry face though, so that's
whatever. You both are perfectly symmetrical.
Have you seen when I dress up like a man for a life? No. Do you want to? Should I pull up the picture?
You should.
Wait, am I gonna like love you more?
Probably.
I think so. Like, I feel like I was pretty forking hot. Like, I mean, let me try to find it. I don't know.
No, I will say for the first 6 months I lived here, I just looked at the bidet and I was like, We don't know each other.
We don't know each other.
I don't know. I was like, I don't know your intentions.
That's hilarious. Oh, when did I dress up like a man? Oh, I did. I saved them into a file. Now I have to like pick the best ones. What was crazy is I never realized how much my brother and I looked alike. Like,
really?
Oh my gosh.
You know, I've been accused of being a trans whatever, you know, which I'm like, oh, I would not make a pretty lady.
I'm now visualize you as a lady.
There's some YouTubers or ex-YouTubers I don't even have to visualize because I've seen the pictures.
These are so ridiculous. I can't believe I'm going to show these.
I've seen them, so.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, you sent me one or two of them, I think. I know I've seen at least one of
them. Ray Jones said Adam's water bill is through the roof. Ray, I don't have a water bill.
Friend got a bidet, and
it's included in my rent.
All she talks about, like, it's over. Like, you have lived in that house for like 3 years. Like, just like let it go. And she's like, you have to try it. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna go into your bedroom suite and go into your bathroom and use it just for your bidet. Like, that's super weird.
Do you know, I have a female friend that and I called her when I finally was ready to try out the bidet, like when I like really braved into it. And she used to live in Europe, and so she travels with a travel bidet.
A travel bidet? Wow.
So it's basically like a water hose thing that you go in behind the toilet apparently and like maneuver the like water lines to like redirect.
I feel like that's become a fetish. Like borderline. I don't know.
She's always fresh and clean, I guess.
Yeah, like you don't want to be without it once you have it.
Right.
Apparently.
She seems happy.
She seems happy. That's fun.
But I'm like, you're literally traveling with like a water hose.
That's funny. Okay, here you go.
Oh my goodness.
That's not like so legit.
Wow. How you look totally different.
I know, right? Like I did that makeup up pretty okay. I should have like made this. I did for when this was practicing. But I
love the camo hoodie.
Yeah, I mean that was a special touch. And then like my gun hat with my flat bill.
Yeah.
Like totally ridiculous. Like when I go ridiculous, I go all out, you know? Just go all out. But I know this account, I really did look like a dude.
Well, you know who's got the room to do like whatever makeup you need.
Yeah, I'd love to go in it.
You should
go there and I spend too much money.
Kiara, do you have like the stuff that can make you a man?
Yeah, let's make you a man. Let's all be men the next time we do this.
Let's do it. I'm up for the challenge.
Are you up for the challenge?
I don't even like to do like boring makeup anymore.
You don't want to do what?
There's all kinds of YouTubes how like they were super enlightening and like such cool like people that I met like just through like that part of it. It was so fun. But it was like for an episode, I did a podcast with, and we had a host, like a guest come on that was a drag queen. and like that's his channel. Like it's super cool, and he is
That'd be cool.
adorable, by the way. Like he's so cute. I could probably, like he is
Not my
hot.
style.
He's hot. He's hot, but like no, he just does it he doesn't. I don't know what that is. But
wait, is he unemployed and unemotionally or emotionally unavailable?
He's an actor. He's in movies.
Oh yeah, then not my style.
Not your type.
Yeah,
like you
I like
want anything,
I like unemployed and emotionally unavailable.
Oh well, yeah, he's not your type then. Shoot, he should be because he's super symmetrical too. Like so symmetrical. His features and everything. I mean, he's like an actor model, so. But yeah, he's a super cool dude, and he has it. He kind of like it's like one of those things on YouTube where it could totally blow up because it's super cool. Like the idea of it. He starts off just him, and then he gets into his drag queen persona as he's covering a true crime case.
Oh, really? That's cool.
So much fun. And he is really like, he's just very eloquent, and like he just covers the cases so well, and keeps your attention. And then he's putting on awesome makeup. And by the end of it, he's totally transformed into his drag queen persona. And it's just like so cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, what's her name that does like makeup tutorials and true crime and
Bailey Siren?
Yeah.
I love her.
I mean, she's made a whole I doubt she works outside of YouTube, right? Or TikTok.
Probably not now. She probably don't have to.
Yeah. This account, I've Too Long Fu. That's a good movie. Even if you're not into drag queens, it's a good movie. It's fun.
Is it?
I've seen it once a long time ago.
Yeah. So it was Patrick Swayze, Wesley Snipes, and John Leguizamo or something like that.
Raspberry Bidet. I remember that song. Me and my cousins used to have this whole routine on like the like monkey bars to that song.
Raspberry Bidet. Why don't I know that?
I don't think it's Raspberry Bidet, but I think it's like Raspberry Beret. I don't know.
Is it like a stripper bidet?
Maybe. What is that song? It's like an 80s, like 90s, early 90s song. Raspberry da like beret or bidet. Was it bidet? And I butchered the lyrics to songs all the time. Like I'll just be like, I just make up my own. And then one of my kids will be like, what are you singing? Did you just like say that out loud? Like that's not the lyrics at all. But it could be. My favorite movies are like revenge movies, like
really? You're not helping your case, Mel.
I'm not.
Okay.
Vigilante like justice movies. Ugh. Like they're the best.
Like Kill Bill?
I don't think I've seen that one.
You've not seen Kill Bill?
I don't know. Is that with Uma Thurman?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have. No, like I like the hardcore like the Denzel ones and Gerard Butler's.
Well, anything with Gerard Butler's good.
Oh, I love him. Yeah. Like A Time to Kill. That was a good one. And then Law Abiding Citizen. That's up there on the very top of my list.
You mean A Time to Kill with like Matthew McConaughey?
Matthew McConaughey. Yeah. And that was like
that was an incredible book. And then was that was Sandra Bullock in that?
Yeah.
Samuel L. Jackson.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's an awesome horror. It's like so.
Well, the story about those two little girls in that is just that scene where they describe what happened to those girls is like,
yes, Daisy, the kind you find. So they know the song. The chat knows the song I'm thinking of. Red Sparrow, yeah.
Jackie Brown's a good movie.
By Prince.
Oh, I do know the song. I'm okay. Sorry, I was
The
having
kind you
a
find at a secondhand store, raspberry beret. The warm she wouldn't wear. Yeah.
Thank you, Deb.
We had like a whole little cousins dance routine to that. They always put me in the back.
Because you're tall.
No. I mean, I was taller than them for sure, but like, because I don't have any coordination really. I'm just like, I have one move and they call it crazy legs. If that tells you anything about my dancing.
I can't dance. Can you dance, Gaddick? I feel like you can probably dance.
I feel like she's like a dancer. Yeah.
I plead the fifth.
I feel like we're like.
I feel like there have been a few times where it's like, it's getting hot in here, and she's like,
oh wow.
I plead the fifth.
Stacks on me.
Right. Sweat drips down my.
It's fun to actually know what I listen to, because most people on YouTube, when they find out that I listen to rap and hip hop, are confused by it.
Deb can dance? I didn't. She's surprising me.
Deb was in a band.
What?
I have pictures of Deb on stage.
Pray tell.
In Mooresville, Indiana.
What? I used to live there.
That's Deb's hometown. Sorry, Deb.
Is it really? Well.
Right. Which I will say really quickly, Deb's birthday is in 2 days. So everyone wish Deb a happy early birthday.
Happy early birthday. Do you have any special requests for your birthday?
She's probably like, for y'all to shut up.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Deb kept me company the other night with another friend of ours, and during a certain like live, and I mean they were cracking me up. Like Deb is hilarious.
Yeah. Oh, Deb's
like
hilarious.
She's got those zingers, like a zinging one-liners that you just like. It was just great. Like
yep.
I owe them a debt of gratitude, because I was like, ooh, feeling the like burny hot, like ooh, getting like my brain got mad, you know.
Deb in my
like so watery.
Deb in my text thread is not something I will ever share with anyone.
Yeah.
Because it's 99% nonsense. 1%.
I just really like nonsense though, you know.
But then the 1% that's good, like content is good content.
Yeah, I think that Deb's awesome.
Yeah.
No, this account, we appreciate you like chatting.
Yeah. Oh, and Deb also, not to like this, not like I'm gonna wear my Deb Stan shirt, but Deb hit 500 subscribers tonight, so I think that's awesome.
That is awesome. Yeah. I forget. That happens a lot. So she can do. You're halfway there. It's like I just like, I don't know. I look at my like analytics or whatever, and like people just like don't sub. Like I don't really get a lot of unsubbing. I've noticed like not a lot of people like unsub once they're subbed. Maybe just out of like they don't want to take the time to unsub, but I don't know what the deal is. It's like, is it because I don't like ask a lot? I don't know.
Right.
But it just seems to kind of like, it's just like done. But it's my fault too. I don't go live. I'm not consistent in the least.
You're more consistent than I am.
Well, that's true. That is very true. I am.
I disappear for months at a time.
And then you'll just come out in and like you get like all of your month in like 1 week, and then you'll just be gone again.
Yep, I did last night. I did tonight, and I probably won't be back. Well, I probably won't make an appearance at all next week. I mean, it could happen.
But I probably won't either.
Yeah, but if you disappear, they win.
They just find me in other places.
Never let them win. No, but I do want to. I don't know what the deal is, but when I share screen, I can't play any videos. There's no sound. So you guys have any help? Because I have some videos I want to share, especially of like Graz, of all of his like threats to.
You make sure that the little box when you go to share is checked that says share audio.
Wait, really? Let me look.
Maybe you should test this out while we're on tonight. Try to share a video.
It just says share window. Entire screen. That's what I'm doing.
Or present.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Present.
Well, you know how it says, instead of like share screen now, it says present.
What is this? Can you guys see that?
Yeah.
Oh, shoot. Let's see.
I agree. This account, Kadak, has been really. I complimented her on that last night. Her dedication to like her community post on the SK series and then on the Spooky channel thing. Every day I look forward to seeing what she's put on her community page.
Thank you, everybody. I wish people would start engaging.
It takes a lot of time.
Fire to go.
The only thing is, I wish like
start writing.
people would start having conversations.
Can you hear it?
Relax. I want the original claims
Yeah.
to be.
You can?
Yes.
Yes.
Well,
Start fighting.
where is it?
No, relax. I want the original claims to be, the original stuff you said. Very important to me. If you don't talk about it, I'm just going to keep going until Kristen and Mel stop supporting you. I don't want to see you in real true crime channels, or else I'm going to make it seem like they're not real true crime channels, because they're obviously not if they associate with Amber Heard, aka Mario.
Well, that was one of them. I didn't really. How do I get it? Why is it not gone? I'm going to get that off of there. Oh, no.
Stop sharing.
I don't know where it is. Where did it go? It's gone.
Go to the other tab.
Remove.
Yeah.
Oh, there. Whew. But yeah, like he's like in a live, like he kept saying that over and over again. Like if we don't don't fall in line and do what Graz wants us to do, like then he's gonna like, say that we're try to discredit our channels. And then the very next week he puts up my real name, so he doxed me, and then he's put up a petition to get a restraining order that Greeno filed back in March of 2022. So totally, I'm sure it's just full of fun, but so he put that up on his screen and like did this whole live stream. And of course he's always been a dirty deleter, so it's gone. But, I recorded a lot of it.
Wow.
I didn't get to record that one, but that one was like another one. And he just like the whole week, it's just like, why do you care? Like, leave me alone. Like,
Right.
just because of True Crime Maria, like,
Is that still going on?
yeah, he's, and the thing is like, I think he legit thinks that he's in the right. Like, it's so bizarre. She didn't make anything. She didn't say a single word about him for like 8 months straight, like nothing. And he kept going and going and going and like, I don't know, just like craziness. And then she finally got fed up and started like defending herself.
And that's what they want.
And I've been telling her to do that the whole time because she sent me some of their like correspondence. And I was like, you just need to like lay it all out there. But she didn't really do it like that. Like she did one and then said she was going to do another one and then never did it. So it's just kind of like, because she didn't do that, then he decided that he was going to just read for like 12 hours straight, like all of their correspondence. I was like, whatever, just leave me out of it. But
Yeah.
I think that that's the reason, like he wanted to, like Greeno was able to use him against me really easily, because he just uses him like a dog. Like it's like,
Wait, which
you're
one?
like,
Who uses
Greeno,
who?
Good point.
Yeah, I think they use each other.
Yeah, because like I mean, I wouldn't have him on. Like if me and Greeno went head to head on a live, like I'm sure it would get a lot of views. You know,
I'd watch.
a lot
I'll
of
be
people
honest.
would. Like a lot of people would, but I'm not going to do that. Like I'm not going to give him that. Like I'm not. You know, it's up for me. It's like the opposite of what he says. Like it's upsetting to me when people don't watch the advocacy type stuff that I do. Like those get lower like view counts than the Greeno stuff, and it pisses me off. And then I get like mad about it.
Yeah.
You know, because those are the ones that I really, really care about. You know, I care about his future victims and like trying to help people like stay away, but the interviews with families that I do, like those are the ones that are super important and nobody watches them. And it's
I've noticed
infuriating.
that if you don't have, I mean, I know that it's common knowledge, but it's like if you don't have Delphi in your title, or you don't have Idaho, or you don't have something like these big things in your title, you don't get the views. And like even like on the anniversary last week of Delphi, just doing a tribute video. Like I did a tribute video. Like we had a stream on It's a Crime and Shame, and Sonny asked everyone that was on there was Deb, myself, and Alexa and Sonny's sister were on, and so she asked us each to like kind of make something to commemorate the girls, and so I just put a like a little tribute video together, and I put it out on my channel as well. But
It was
like,
good. I watched it.
Yeah, it's like 100 views. I'm like,
I know.
It's like you do something from your heart, and people don't watch.
And then it's like it like makes you like just just like
yeah. But
I don't know. I always just think like why are you here if you're not here for like that? Like I don't understand. But I think like there's HCC and I were talking about it. Who's Your Cold Cases, like about the like hybristophilia, like in true crime. And he was telling me about like an article he had found or whatever. And I do think that that's like a big part of it. I could see it like this fetish type interest in true crime. And really there's only a few reasons why you would be in this genre. Like
it's true.
You're affected by it, you're turned on by it, or you are, I don't know. I forgot the other one.
I mean, I think we're definitely at a fever pitch as far as like, interest in true crime from a like from a casual standpoint. Like, I feel like, like I'll say 80% of true crime people that like watch true crime now are very casual viewers.
Right.
Because it's entertainment. And I understand that. And, that's human nature. There is that like the slow down in a car crash like effect that you have in true crime. Can it be a little cringy? Of course, but I do get that it's human nature. But like I also know that, if like you put a title on your thing, like I look at some creators and it's like they do these like ridiculous clickbait thumbnails or like titles.
God.
And they get ridiculous views because, like I understand, like if I put Richard Allen, like, accomplice confirmed on a thumbnail,
right?
Or a title,
yeah, true.
It's going to get 10,000 views.
Yeah. I just wonder what their retention is for the length of their video. It's got to be pretty low.
But like, if it's monetization thereafter, do they care?
True.
Because I've gone through that mindset of like, oh, well, if you lose the whole thing is, the most important thing to me is credibility. And I'm like, if you lose the trust of people, then what do you have? Like your integrity is all you really have.
Right.
So I'm like, if you lose the integrity of yourself and, you lose people's trust, then they're not going to watch your stuff again. But then I see these creators coming out with these videos that are ridiculous, yet they continue to have these huge elevated views. And I'm like, so am I wrong? Like, am I the one that's like thinking incorrectly?
I know.
Or is it like a Jerry Springer thing where people just tune in to drama?
Yeah, Gray Hughes had given me some like advice on that of like you have to kind of do you have to be able to like bend, just like your pride of like cover the this is it case of the week, but also cover the ones that are your passion cases. And that way, hopefully, by doing that, you will get more views on the passion cases. And at least there'll be people out there that are like more aware of them because of you. And
That's
like
true.
I do get that. I
Yeah.
don't know. It's just like there's something about it. Like I just am not, whatever case like jumps to popularity, like I have zero interest in it.
Right.
And then it's like upsetting for me because all my friends are covering it and like I don't want to watch their lives because I'm like, I don't care about that case.
It's funny.
I get this like anger towards the case, and it's like totally not fair, like
it's funny because I've kind of like I kind of came like when I came into YouTube and I like kind of I was like, oh, I don't want to cover things that are like pop, but a couple of the cases that have gotten really big attention lately, I've been super into, and it's not because of like the fact that they're getting national or worldwide attention. It's because I'm like, these cases are effed up. Like they don't make sense. Like
Yeah.
right now, like the Nicola Bully case in the UK. It's I'm like, it's the most bizarre case in the world to me because there's nothing in the world about it that should be convoluted or complicated, and
Right.
it makes no sense. And so I'm immediately like zeroed in on it.
Yeah, that's true. And that like all the pictures of that river are just like super still. It's like the stillest river under the sun.
Right. I mean, it's
like
literally
it
like
doesn't have a ripple. So she like it doesn't make sense that she's in the super still, unrippled water of a river, which is just super odd to me. But in all of the images that I've seen of it, it's just like the water it's not moving, which that's like what rivers do. So,
right. It's like one of those cases where you're like, you have this information, and this information. And then I'm like, you like should be able to do something, logically from it. And you're like, but there's no answers. So it is really puzzling.
When someone's there and then they're just like not.
Yeah. And then, then you like throw in like the whole, like, it's a 45-year-old woman and the, law enforcement comes out and feels the need to say, oh, she's an alcoholic. Oh, and suffering from perimenopause. And I'm like, you couldn't have blanketed that with mental health issues, or something. And I'm like, would you ever, it might be unpopular of me, but would they ever come out and be like, oh, a man was suffering from low testosterone? No.
Good point. And it's just like how people treat it like this, like, how dare you have mental issues? And like that they just like think that means that you would kill yourself or that you would run away because you have some mental like issues.
She's high risk.
I don't know. I don't buy that. Like I have OCD, I have ADHD, I have phobias and anxiety, and like I would never just run away. I would never kill myself. I would never do any of that. And so it's like I hope that people in my life, I know they would, but like if I die, like I did not run away. And if you can't find me, I did not run away. I would never, ever leave my children. And I fought my whole life. I'm not going to just decide one day not to anymore. Like.
But I just don't think they would treat a man the same way.
They don't.
I don't think that you would hear these issues if it was a man.
But then again, crimes against men don't get as many views or coverage in this world. Even male children, unfortunately.
That's true.
It is. It's I've started to notice. I'm like, man, since Ray Hainish, I haven't really covered Nakota Kelly, obviously a little boy. and a few others, but like I haven't really covered like a male in true crime in a while. So I have like a couple cases that I did the research for. I just haven't done the episodes yet, but yeah, there's like crazy ones too.
Yeah.
Just where they're so similar, and they're in Idaho, and just like these, they just one car, like they found his car like totally like burnt up in the middle of nowhere. It's like really crazy cases and really crazy connections within the cases, and it's nuts. So I've been working on that, but it's just trying to be fair about covering, you know, all people.
Yeah, I sent Sunny a thing earlier. It's funny you brought up Ray Hanish because I actually sent Sunny a message earlier today, because I've been following the Alex Murdaugh case a little bit, just privately because of my own interest. I haven't been doing it on YouTube, but you know, there's a case that they're saying is connected to the Alex Murdaugh thing, that involves a male that died under suspicious circumstances, I think 6 years ago.
The boating incident?
No. This is a different one.
A different one. Oh, wow.
His name is Stephen Smith. He ran. His car was found like 3 miles from where he died. He was walking in the opposite direction of the nearest gas station. Lots of the things make no sense. He was openly gay, living in rural South Carolina.
How dare he?
Yeah, and he was found in the middle of the road, and it was ruled a hit and run with no investigation. No,
seriously, nothing.
And there were no skid marks, no signs of a car hitting him, no glass, no debris, nothing. The only blood was right where he fell. So he wasn't like, you know, a car would hit him and he was moved. Mm-hmm. His shoes were like not tied, and he was still in his shoes. And for a lot of people, if you don't know, if you're a really common thing, if you're hit by a vehicle, you come out of your shoes a lot of times.
Yeah.
He was still in his shoes, and the only damage to his body was in a very concentrated area on the side of his head that matched getting hit with something possibly from a moving vehicle.
Holy shit. That's terrible.
Yeah, it's a horrible case. But they never did any real investigation. They ruled it a hit and run and kind of left it at that. And then it gets really convoluted as far as how the Murdaughs might be involved, but that's all speculation, so I'm not going to go into it. But a lot like Ray, it was, you know, like,
yeah, it's really sad. Like
it was deemed something and immediately ruled something. That's it.
Yep, it really was.
Sorry, I think people in the chat were asking. I didn't mean to go on about that, but I think people were asking about the definition of doxing.
I think they're all in agreement.
Yeah, like a lot of people like don't really get it. You know, like they think I'm doxing Greeno.
Well, let me ask. What do both of you? What do you think doxing is? Because people have very varying.
When you put out someone's like address and phone number and name when they don't use it online.
Yeah.
And I don't know, like everything else, like if I post something on like in a group or like a public group and someone like shares that, like that's just not doxing.
Right.
But when you take someone's address and phone number and their like information, or a new one I saw that he did was share someone's social security card. Is that not? I have proof of it. Like I have the screenshots of that one. Literally shared a woman's social security card to get people to like go after her and find her. The same woman that he sliced her leg open, and he also threatened. He said he wished he had killed her. I have those screenshots as well. Her mom is just absolutely devastated, you know, because she did kill. Like they say it is suicide, Emily, like one of his exes, like she killed, like she ended her own life. And it's just like super sad. And I guess her mom isn't doing all that great. And like, yeah, like he really did a number on the mother and the daughter, same as, and then history repeats itself with the mother and the daughter that we just saw. And what's he do? He gets out and he literally starts by proxy harassing her again. Like,
oh, really?
Yes, that's what he's been doing. Like he's by proxy harassment. Like it's so infuriating. He needs to leave her alone. Like his stuff, she doesn't have his stuff. Like he didn't have any stuff. He fled to Florida. Hello, like he never.
I mean, is there a protection order? Like, is there a protection order?
Yes,
Like,
there is. There is a order, a no con. Like no, he can't. He shouldn't be doing any of the things that he's doing. You know, this whole like. But see, he's smart enough to use other people, and they're dumb enough to let him. And then you know, like so. I still like, I think that with all that judge saw in the case, and she was just like halfway through it, she was just like, I've seen enough. Like, she literally stopped. They had more evidence to show. And she was like, I've seen enough. Like, I don't need to see anything else. 5-year protection order right now. You know, like that's how bad it was. That's how bad it was. My thing is I wonder if I can subpoena that same record for a case that I put against him but see, I don't know if there was any direct, like, I know that the threat, like when he said that he was just going to, like, he wanted to kill everybody, you know, like, I know that those were directed towards me, but like, would you be able to like prove that in a court of law? Like he's really good at getting around, just skating around the law really well.
wow.
No.
Yeah, I think if I just spent a long period of time, I mean, I've never been incarcerated, but I think if I had just spent a long time incarcerated,
Greeno.
I think I would steer clear of anything that had anything to do with any of it.
Yeah, like you think you would not want to even take a chance.
I would turn my head, walk the other direction, and be like, "Thank the Lord, thank the Lord, thank the Lord."
You served a year of your life in jail. Like, why would you even want to test the waters? It's like he thinks that he's above the law. Like Florida is no joke. Like, they don't mess about. Like, he will get. Like, he should be really careful. But
well, and hell have to know her fury like a mother scorned.
A mother. Exactly.
That's right. Yeah.
And he's got a few of those out there that, yeah, like he, you know.
And I don't mean to paint that as like a scorned woman, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, because we've all been painted that. Even me, and I never even dated. I would never. Like it's offensive. No, they don't. They don't slap wrists, especially when it comes to stuff like this. So, you know, guess let him dig his own. Dig your own, you know.
Somebody just did that same thing to Jimbo too.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Ernie?
No. Somebody that's we believe is doing things on behalf of Ernie, but we can't. Yeah.
Wow. My life is so simple. I'm like my whole life is just so like not involved in that kind of stuff. I'm so grateful for that.
Yeah. True.
Oh, this account. I'm sorry. You had a crazy guy threaten you. Oh, Belinda, thank you. I love you.
I mean, he's done it to almost everybody.
But like the thing is like it's hard to prove, you know, like because he's spreading this narrative that he's got a protective order out against me and that I've been breaking the law since 2022, you know, March of 2022, and it's absolutely, that's not true. It's a petition to file and it was denied. Like,
Right. Well, that's public information, right? So anyone could find that out.
you just call the no, it's not like a part of the public record.
Okay.
But like I called Carroll County Circuit Court and they were like, yes, he did, but it was denied. So Indiana's like it's called ex parte, like it's a one party state, which I support that because
Okay.
there are so many like Florida's not. So he was made aware of her filing this like way, at the same time as she's filing it. And I think that is highly irresponsible and dangerous.
Yeah.
So I am all about it, except for when it comes to like frivolous, ridiculous, like I'm threatening maybe his livelihood of like being able to con people, but I'm covered under the First Amendment. Like you can't, like I have a right to say the truth. And as long as it's not defamation, like that's a civil matter.
Right.
Like there is no reason that a judge would, but my fear is that a judge they would like appeal to an emotionality of like a judge, and then they would just like grant him this. And then what happens? The sheriff comes and they take my guns. No,
So if someone, say like, like if you're involved in the issue, that's one thing. But like, say someone just wants public information that isn't necessarily put out there, but say someone watched something and they heard that there was this order that he's claiming was issued against you, but it's not true. Can the public find that information out for themselves? Like, are we like is someone that's not you or him entitled to that information?
I don't know.
Like if I called the county clerk's office, would they tell me that this was dismissed?
Well, you should try next week. Because I would like to know too, because like all basically right now as it stands, unless I could get them to go on record and like say it on record to me, like it's just my word against him, which I think should be a no-brainer for people, but for some reason it's not. But like the same with Gray Hughes, like it should just be a no-brainer that there isn't a no contact order in place. Like it's ridiculous. And then he's like, I don't know, but he's the one that's like teetering on that line of like violating his. So it's just that deflection that like that's just a part of the con. He's usually doing what he's accusing other people of doing. I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be back.
No, Ray, as long as it's the truth, it can't be considered defamation.
Right. And that's one of the best things, in my opinion, about defamation is in order for someone to prove defamation, you have to prove that it's not true. So if you say something about someone that is true, and then they claim you're defamating their character, if they want to take legal action against you, they have to prove it's not true. So, I mean, if it's someone that's a gaslighter or someone that's, deflects from their own actions, let them prove it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Right. You can't twist the truth. That would be a lie.
Who was that said? Oh, Ray. Yeah, they do live very sad lives. And if most of these people would put as much effort into like positive things, imagine how much better things could be in general.
Especially if someone actually is intelligent or has talent in any avenue. If someone uses, like, I always joke, I'm like, I don't think that I would know how to even begin to steal someone's identity.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so, but like, like how many of us have woken up to like, fraudulent charges on our bank account or something. And I'm like, how did someone get that? And you're like, if I had the intelligence to figure out how to do that, these people, like, if they just use that for good,
Yeah.
They could probably be really successful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's
And not for the $150 they got to go spend at Walmart or something.
right. Less effort to be positive. It really is. That's why I keep saying, like, I don't hate anyone.
Yeah.
No one is worth that energy.
They're testing you. They're testing you, chaotic.
They try.
It's like someone's like, "Oh, you don't hate anyone? Hold my beer."
And I'm like, yeah, still don't hate you. Don't like you, but don't hate you because you're still not worth that energy.
Well, I've always said the biggest weapon anyone can have is indifference. Giving someone anger is giving them power, in a way.
Yeah, I mean,
In my opinion.
Just how much calmer I am in the past, 6 months?
Yeah.
It's not worth me being upset or giving them any type of energy or power. Yeah. It's just not.
Typically, if someone upsets me, like, it's hard for me to hide things on my face. But if I can mask an emotion on my face, typically they'll never know that I'm even fazed by something they did to me. Because to me, like, that's the biggest thing you can hand over to someone is like that kind of power or energy.
Yeah.
And I'd rather not give someone that if they actually affect me.
Yeah.
You're a tough nut to crack, but sweet inside, chaotic. My favorite kind of person.
I mean, I can be sweet, but I'm very guarded. I keep my circle very small. It takes a very specific kind of person for me to be close to them. Yeah.
Right. See, I still think you're warm and fuzzy.
For me, it's just about protecting the other, like, people. I can't stand to, like, see it, I don't care about it for me necessarily. It's just like the all of the people that have been affected, especially the victims' families, like Abby and Libby's families. Totally, just like it's just gross, you know. Nicole and Ray, Maya. Every case that he has touched, he has corrupted it somehow. You know, this is not right. And then obviously the domestic violence is a big one for me, you know, because my friend was murdered and that one really hits home. So when I found out all of that, it made the cause even more like I have to do this. Just like, you know, just like that article, Mark Manson, you know, just like you don't give your forks away to meaningless stuff. That way you can save all of your forks. And when you care about something, you just say, oh, fuck that. I don't care. And you go at it hardcore. Like, that's just how I live my life.
I'll give you my best JLR impression right now.
The bump, bump. Hey, Gray.
Sorry. I agree with you 100%.
You know, and everyone thinks that I'm like, you know, just being ridiculous about it, but I don't see it that way. I see like preventative true crime. When all the coverage that I've done, I feel like it should be like a preventative, you know, like how great would it be if you prevented a crime from happening, meaning like some girl out there watches it and they don't date him because of it.
And I'm sure you've created that effect. But sadly, there's another girl.
Already?
No, you know, I'm saying, you know what I mean? I'm saying you might have created the change that prevented someone from following him or dating him from what you've done. But sadly, there's always going to be another girl that it hasn't affected. And then that's the one that needs saved.
Yeah. Yeah,
but you know, you even look at like someone like Karina McCurkin, who I believe her Flint Farmer's case starts next week.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
And I mean,
crazy.
Yeah. And sadly, all the people like him, all they do is distract from the attention that deserved to be put onto those cases. And then when they become a part of those cases, they distract from the cases in themselves.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
And I could be wrong, but I think one of the biggest things me and Mel have in common is we're both protective over others.
I agree with that. I can see that about both of you.
Like, I don't, like, in my chats, I'm like, let people say whatever the fork they want to say about me. Like, I do not care. Like, it doesn't affect me. Like, they don't affect me. I have a really good life, and a lot of people, like, I have a life that's like the opposite of what he has, because what you put out in the world is what you get back, in my opinion, like karma, and like
what goes around comes around.
Yeah. And when you put out, you don't have much. You know, this is all he's got, is this like online little bit. Well, it's far from all I've got. I have a very loving family and very loving friends, and I've grown that so much because of, like, that's the silver lining out of all of this, like the relationships that I built with people because of this. And you know, like, it's kind of it's like pathetic, but it's like, I don't care. But if someone says a damn word about anyone else, like, that's why I got mad. That's why I got so mad, and that's why I did that live. It wasn't about me. Like, that's just something that I can use to, like, show people that he's not changed. But what really pissed me off was when he is by proxy attacking one of his former victims again. You know, like that
you know of.
That I know of.
Yeah, one that you know of.
Yep. Yeah, there's and I've talked to quite a lot that don't want, they're too scared of him to say anything publicly. And that's fine. Like, I totally respect that. I get it.
Like I said, and men and women, because I know myself, I've received messages from a few men even that have been, you know, affected by that person.
Yeah, this account, do you like him or something? Is it like a awakening for you? I'm not sure. I don't think it is.
Yeah, Daisy.
I feel like I'm familiar with this account. I don't think it's like.
Daisy, I would advise against picking that up and putting it in your pocket.
Oh, 100%. Where's Lake tonight? She always comes in with like good one-liners.
Who?
Lake, Michigan.
Came in way earlier and said she liked my hair, and then I haven't seen her comment in like a long time.
I think Lake Michigan was up late with Chaotic and I last night for a little bit.
Oh, okay. Yeah, his, you know, and that's another thing that was like, not that this account is doing that. Like, I'm not saying that at all, but like, you see that, I was like, well, he made great videos on Delphi's. Like, he's the first person that got me interested in the case. I'm just like, oh my God. Like,
hey, Lake Michigan.
Oh, she's just here. She's just listening.
But Georgina says, Chaotic Beauty and Crime, could you put up the charity for Delphi? What charity is she talking about? Do you know?
No clue.
Could you put that charity for the Delphi up again?
Are you talking about for the girls or for the ballpark?
No idea.
Oh, the food bank.
True crime news.
Yeah.
Third person talking. I found some articles. I'm not talking about him. I'm just talking about like in general. Like, there's some like really good articles about just like when people talk about themselves in the third person a lot. Like, it's just like a sign of like psychopathy. Yeah. Isn't that crazy?
No. Sounds pretty nice.
Do you have?
I mean, I found like a peer-reviewed, like medical, you know, like forensic, like, you know, just like a real legit, like research on that topic alone.
Greg Hughes says, is Chaotic Beauty on a loop? She hasn't said it.
Aspen, do you have the link for what she's talking about?
I don't actually have the food bank link. I mean, I'm sure I could find it very quickly, but I mean, I don't have it right here.
It's okay. This account, it's totally cool. We appreciate you, like, commenting and.
Yeah, of course.
And Gray, it's sometimes hard to get a word in depending on what they're talking about.
Because of her.
She's right.
And
You're like, it's like a blabbermouth.
Mel hasn't joined us in a while, so
Your scally cap.
there's that.
I know. You know what? They're totally right. I'm gonna take a silent break, and I'm gonna listen.
Here, Amy, Gray wants to hear you talk.
I don't have anything to talk about.
Oh yeah, let's just leave her here. She hates to be on the live alone.
Some little green man derailed what my original plan was for tonight, so now I'm just like, we'll just go with whatever happens.
Always
the best scary when you have me on. You can talk about bananas and bidets and what all have we talked about tonight?
Hey, Crimezilla. I haven't seen you in a while.
Random things. I don't know. Hey, Zilla.
Yeah. Lots of randoms.
Serial killer facts. You don't get enough of those on a daily basis?
Ooh.
Well, here I have one in front of me. Lavina Fisher, alleged last words before she jumped off of the gallows and hanged herself was, "If any of you have a message for the devil, tell me now, for I shall be seeing him shortly." There's you a serial killer fact.
Speaking of SKs, I have to say, my sister and I walked out of the comedy show tonight by ourselves, and we're a lot alike. And I looked over, and there was this guy sitting by himself, kind of like on a bench. And I was like, look at that guy over there. And then he pulled a backpack around from himself, and I was like, oh, wait, he might be a serial killer. And she was, oh yeah, he's definitely a serial killer. And because he was like by himself, and he had a backpack, and he was like kind of weird looking, but he was good looking. And like, so he got up and he like walked towards us, and he walked by us, and he goes, "Hey, what's up?" And she and I both turned to each other at the time, and I was like, I think he was hitting on me. And she was like, I think he was hitting on me. And so we started to argue about who he was hitting on. And I loved it. And then we were like, wait, are we fighting over who the serial killer is?
So, you watch a lot of true crime stuff too?
Not as much as I do, but yeah. She would disagree with that, but yeah. I was like, wait, are we fighting over who the serial killer thinks is more attractive?
I mean, but are they really attractive?
No. Well, I mean, my sister, we were fighting over who he thought was more attractive, me and my sister.
Do you guys look alike at all?
I mean, a little bit. She's of course prettier than I am, but
maybe both.
No, we're not going that weird.
I'm just saying, he might have been both, and he just wanted to see which one of you was going to respond. Been really busy with work, not much YouTube.
Yeah, I haven't seen you in a while, Crimzilla. I know, Ray. That word's not allowed over there.
Well, I'm not monetized, so it doesn't matter.
I know. But like any good man, once I'm trained, I know usually not to say certain things.
Also, like how
trained?
How would I not say it? Like,
you do the training.
Even
now
if
listen.
I was monetized, how would I not say that when that's what I mostly talk about? Make that make sense.
Did you hear me? I was like, SK. I know it's so stupid. I get it.
Last night. Thank you, Zilla.
Have you pull up a picture of David Moust? Oof. Talk about a crazy looking serial killer.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate that YouTube is so weird about words. I know this account. It's like, and like when I say unalived, like it makes me like gag every time I say it. I hate it.
I don't have any of those problems. Like I say like rape and sorry, RAPE.
So do you not get? Do your videos not turn yellow?
No.
Really?
Mm-mm.
Huh.
And then
why does YouTube love you more?
I don't know, but like you know how when you're doing, because I predominantly do lives.
Yeah.
Whoa! Look at that guy. Look at the neck on that guy. Like,
oh wow, that's thick.
You need to stop doing shrugs.
Like that's a tree trunk.
It is. I think it. Like I don't have.
I'd call him Thick Neck McGee.
Like on. I think it's called like morphology, where it's like the characteristics of like a genetic disorder can be seen in like fetal alcohol syndrome. There is a certain like features that they found in common with people that have it. I think something like that might be going on here, but like that neck is so big.
Yeah.
I hate that. Like when my man used to like, we used to be like ridiculously at the gym and he would do shrugs, I would get so mad. I'm like, stop doing those. You're gonna be a big old thick neck. Like I hate it. Blech. It's gross.
Yeah, that was
that.
Neck,
like what is it when they have the big bumpy things on the top of their like their shoulder muscles or like, you know what I'm talking about?
That muscle right there. Yeah.
Oh, gross.
I can't remember what it's called, but
I always laugh at guys when they all they do is lift and they don't do cardio. Like I don't work out, so I'm not gonna be a hypocrite here. But like the guys that like only lift and they don't ever do any other workout. And I'm like, the second you stop doing that, like your like pecs are gonna turn to a C cup.
Right.
Well, or the ones that lift but don't do any leg workouts.
Yeah, that's right.
Skinniest legs.
Yeah.
And then
like they hate like, and a lot of guys like a lot of my friends, the guy friends, like they hate doing legs. Like it's like the worst day. And you kind of have to be careful. Like they're, like, especially I don't like it. Like the deadlifting stuff. Like I don't understand it.
Yeah.
Like why would you want to like take the chance of your like innards coming out of your a-hole just because you wanted to deadlift? Like, come on now. I'm sorry, chaotic. I always do this to you.
I'd rather go home with clean pants than be buff.
Well, it's just like these are the things that I like think in my head, and they just like come out when I'm on a live with you for some reason. Yeah. You just bring out the weird in me, I guess. I don't know.
And you're not even here.
Now, I am curious to see if with YouTube, they hired a new CEO yesterday. I'm interested to see like if that's going to affect any of the changes with YouTube. And then there's actually a Supreme Court case on Tuesday for that has to do with the algorithm and what YouTube is legally liable for if people see stuff on their algorithm. So depending on the outcome of the Supreme Court case, it could be really negative towards what's pushed out onto the algorithm for YouTube, because it could negatively affect them taking any chance on being anything that's controversial. So it could make it even go further in that direction of unalived, all that stuff. Yeah. So there won't be a decision on Tuesday with the Supreme Court, but they're hearing the case on Tuesday. So it'll probably be several months before they make a ruling or before the ruling's publicized. Yeah. But
I'm gonna have to.
It's important stuff to pay attention to.
Yeah, true. It is.
It's freedom of speech.
It's like, I don't know. I just can't. To me, it just feels like devaluing the situation of like what happened to that victim when like you don't say, this was a child that was brutally RAPE, like and put words to what happened to them. Like they shouldn't have a true crime genre as a part of YouTube if you're not allowed to say words like that. But yet, like
Gray, I agree, Gray. It is a joke.
It's just like and for them to like demonetize your video because you said killed or whatever, like,
or the like suicide.
Yeah, why is that such a like a hot, like I don't know, like we could go down a political
or even the COVID word, right? I'm like, because like remember I know like we got a strike on the day of, someone reported us for saying COVID.
I remember that. I remember that. And that's the thing, is just like, it shouldn't be, if something is, it's the only words that exist for it, then you should be able to say them, and you shouldn't have to be censored. Like,
Right.
it's like a YouTube, like the whole point of it was to get voices heard, is every, you can literally get like a YouTube doctorate. Like, I feel like I have one, like with my daughter's like medical stuff. Before any procedure she's ever had, like, I'm that kind of a person where it's less like, oh, well, I want to learn how to do EKGs. I wanted to learn how to read EKGs. So I taught myself how to. I taught myself how to read MRIs. I taught myself how to study human genetics, medical genetics, genetic genealogy, like the forensic side. Like, I've taught myself how to do all of that stuff. And I used YouTube a lot because I am dyslexic. And so YouTube has been a huge help for me as a person. And it's just like, it seems like, it just keeps getting more and more censored, and it's annoying as shit.
Yeah.
Like, I don't like it. And I just refuse to do it. I'm just not going to do it. And if they, if that counts against me someday, then I guess so,
Right.
What I started doing was just like, because I feel like in the beginning, like, I got a lot of yellow, and then once I started submitting them for review, and then they would come back with a verdict like in my favor or whatever, then it seems like now I don't have to deal with that. Like, I don't ever get put in the yellow because they've trusted my like review of myself, of like, I didn't break any community guidelines, and then so they let it, because the rules are of like, you can't just like, if you were just to like blurt out those words like over and over again, then that's when they would demonetize it or whatever, or limit it. But if it's not the main focus or dependent on the story that you're talking about, like, I don't know. It's just, say what it is. Yeah. And to me, it just feels like I'm taking away from the case that I'm covering if I like censor the words that I'm saying. It just feels yucky. Like, it's sad.
It's cringy to the person you're talking about, to what it's devaluing the experience they went through.
It is. It really is. It's sad. I don't like it.
But, which is why I often think that, like, I don't know how you both have your channel set up, but I'm like, I feel like, there should be something that's not considered entertainment, but yet not considered news. Because, like, when you set your channel up, how you have to pick, like, what your channel is, what kind of channel you have.
Yeah.
And, your selection is very limited. And, I'm like, I don't know and I don't know enough about the way they work to know if it makes a difference whether you put like news and events or whatever, or if you put entertainment. I feel like most people in true crime put entertainment.
Because there isn't really like a cat, like, you're right. Like,
but there should be something in between.
I agree. Of like, maybe like layman's, or, like the unprofessional investigative journalist, maybe.
But just make a true crime. Just make a true crime category.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
I think there are enough people on YouTube that constitute putting a true crime category. I remember when like podcasts, like when I started listening to podcasts, there wasn't a true crime podcast category, like on Apple Podcasts.
Yeah.
And like, so, like to find certain podcasts, you'd either have to go to like entertainment or you'd have to go to news and events.
What's your favorite podcast?
Yours. Duh.
Oh, please. Okay. That's like so crappy. Like,
my favorite podcast ever that I've listened to was Up and Banished.
That's a good one. Yeah.
My second favorite.
Like Sword and Scale or Real Crime Profile, or
I'm not like a huge. I'm like the rare exception that likes the serialized ones that are like one season is one case basically.
Like
I really like anything that like I'm not like like I don't listen to like True Crime Garage or anything. What is that? Is that what it's called? Or like any of those? I've listened to Sword and Scale a few times, but I listened to one about a year and a half ago that I really liked called Tom Brown's Body. That was really good. And
Remember
another one
that.
was called oh, I can't remember now. Never mind.
I got a membership to, well, I just like, I don't know if it's a membership, but Audible.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I'm loving it because I'm always like the one, like I just like
There's a
have
ton of
refused to get on board with audiobooks because I just love the smell of a good book and like to have it physically like in your hands or go to the library or whatever. But man, I've been able to get in so many books in this last like month or so. And then reading, like listening to some that I read a while ago. Like, love Audible.
Yeah.
There's a lot of good books on there. You would like the Chase. Is it Chase? What's it called?
Chasing Evil. I like her.
Chase Darkness with Me.
Oh.
That's one I just finished. Billy Jensen. He's an investigative journalist.
I know the name. Yeah, I have an Audible subscription. I'll have to look it up.
But I brought it up because I meant to ask Chaotic earlier and I forgot until I had to go back to it and look. Have you read Horrors of Fox Hollow?
Yeah, I have it. I have it signed by the guy who owns the house.
Oh, do you?
I have not.
I had a client come
there.
in and they like they're friends with the guy that owns Fox Hollow Farms now. And they were telling me some stuff and I was like, oh, I should tell Chaotic, but then I forgot what the stuff was, so doesn't matter.
I'm gonna stay the night there with Chaotic since you won't.
I will not.
I'm gonna lay the. I'm gonna.
You
make
don't
her
understand. Like I would try to crawl inside both of your bodies. Like I have a fear. I have irrational fears of invisible things. So I know it doesn't make any sense. It's like a weird thing, but I have irrational fear of like anything that I can't see. So
which means you'd be the last one to stay alive between the three of us.
Whether ghosts are real or not, it's like irrelevant to my fear syndrome. So I would be crawling inside of you guys and you would be so annoyed with me. Be like,
I'd be laying on the side of the pool having Chaotic take my picture like I was a mannequin.
Absolutely not. No, I would just be spinning around in a mad circle to make sure I could see the.
You wouldn't even go in the pool room.
Huh?
You would not go in the pool room.
I would go in the pool room in the daytime.
I don't think you would. I think you would get halfway down the stairs and you'd be like, I can't do this. We'd have to like carry you.
I do that at work sometimes where I just get so overwhelmed by like how creepy it is because it's like 100-year-old building. It's beautiful.
Oh, wow.
Like the salon I work at is beautiful, but like it's just like it's so old. And then there's people that work there that will just like randomly just like tell you about ghosts that they see, and I'm just like,
I mean, if any,
that was the first time that I called into like a live show was. Gray Hughes, he had, what was his other, well, Gray, if you're still here, like what was his other channel? It was like it was like a night where you could call in and like tell your paranormal like story or whatever. And that was the first time I ever called into a live show.
Gray Hughes did paranormal shows?
It was, I don't remember what it was called. It was like Nefarious, maybe?
Oh, that's cool. A good name.
I know, right? It's good.
I only knew that like YouTube like did things for like the last year, so I never watched any true crime on YouTube until like 2022.
Really?
Like I had no idea there was true crime on YouTube.
Yeah, I was definitely more into the podcast world than
the only reason I ever found true crime on YouTube was because I had followed the Delphi case and couldn't find any updates about it, and someone said, oh, why just go on YouTube and type in Delphi, and so I did because like it was when the Anthony Shots information came out at the end in December of 2021, and then like January of that year I was like I couldn't find any updates on it, and so I like went on YouTube and I was like, oh, who are all these
whole new world
who are all these crazy looking people
well
showing their faces and all.
There's two issues with Mel's fear.
It's irrational, I know.
Well, the thing is like with Fox Hollow Farms, Aspen would be the most likely to be attacked.
True. I mean, I agree completely.
But I feel like you would pick up on things like I do, and you, as soon as I made it like 2 or 3 stairs down, going into the basement where the pool is, I could feel the energy, and I think you would have that problem.
Me?
Mm-hmm. Because
probably
like it's an overwhelming feeling, and I not now, mind you,
I would feel what you feel.
I did not even know what had happened when I was there, and felt the energy. So, Mr.
I don't know.
Brought me a coffee in my Slay the Day Mikey Myers cup. Yes, Mikey, Aspen, Mikey.
I'm going to bed.
Michael Senior.
Love you.
He was so quiet and calm. He wasn't anything like you were telling us he was like earlier.
Do you want me to climb back in and you can talk about the green guy?
No.
He'll get going. But you probably would feed off the energy that I had too. So.
I mean, I like get startled just, when someone opens a door harshly. Like it's, it's just like, I'm just like a startly person.
You're comfortable in my house as long as you're not in certain rooms alone.
Yeah.
There's certain rooms here that bother you.
Then I get I get myself freaked out. But like the really only like, I don't even know what you call it. Like only weird. That was the one that I called in with that show that Gray Hughes did for a while, was like at work when I took over the station. Have I told you that story? The figurines falling and
That's creepy.
I don't think so.
I took over the station that Angie, after she was murdered, because originally she was fleeing, she was getting away from him. She had like all the court's agreements and like she was ready to go, and he murdered her the night before they were supposed to leave to go to Hawaii. And so I had asked my boss, like, can I have her station? Because I was just going nuts being in the middle of like all of the people and their germs and like not cleaning. Like I couldn't take it. But the upstairs is suites. So I don't have to share anything. I have my own bowl. I have my own dryer. I have my own chair. Like I don't have to deal with anybody else. And so I took over her station because that's where she was. And so I'm like setting up all my stuff, and I have this big like walk-in closet in my room, and it's got these really high shelves. And so I was trying to put some of my stuff on there, and I'm like, oh, there's something blocking it. And she had left like some figurines and like a card holder, and I just like I couldn't just like throw it away. One of them was like it was like her kids in the picture and stuff, and I just couldn't like get rid of it. And so I just put it in the back of the closet and finished setting up my room. And then I come into work the next time I had to work, and the figurine that she had was in the closet on the floor sitting upright. And I was like, well, that's really weird. Like how did it fall out? I don't know. But I still like that, like just count that off to maybe I left it there on the floor. I don't know. Try not to let it bother me. And so I put it back, and I have these like client cards, and they're like high end, like stock paper, and the stacks literally I went bananas and printed off a bunch of them. So these client cards are like this tall, and it's really heavy. And so I set the figurine like behind that with purpose. And I remembered where I had put it. And so, and I didn't say anything to anybody. I didn't know any of the girls that worked upstairs really. So like I didn't say anything to anybody. I just went home, and then I came back to work the next time, and it was in the same place on the floor in my closet, facing me, standing upright. And it's like, there's no way it could have fallen out of the cabinet. Like there's no way it got past all those client cards to get on the floor, to be sitting there so perfectly. And it just like, I don't know, all of a sudden I just found myself saying, your girls are okay. They are in Hawaii with your dad, just like you wanted to do before he killed you. And they are doing really, really well. And then nothing ever happened again. Like there's the figurines are still up there behind the same card, client cards. And it's just like, I don't know. That's the only time that I've ever had like a true, like anything I couldn't rationalize it away. I couldn't like logic that experience into anything else. Like
Right.
There was just nothing. There was no other how to, and then to stop happening. It just really felt like, because that closet, like she used that closet as like her go bag, like all of her like go bag for like, because she was in just a very violent situation. And so like she kept copies of everything. She kept cash in there, so that closet was not just the room, but the closet was really important to her. And I don't know. It's just kind of a crazy.
And she was killed?
She was butchered to death with her 2 little girls in the bed with her. He broke in the middle of the night.
Yeah, I know you're talking about.
Yeah. But, and the thing is like he stalked her. And so he drove by and he noticed that there was like too much trash at the curb. And that was the indicator, like just trash at the curb, because it was like, on a Sunday, so you wouldn't, why is your trash out and why are there things that, and it did, like, if you think about it, like when you're moving, you would do something like that. Mm-hmm. And so he went and bought a knife and totally had intent and everything, and he'll be out and be able to have a whole nother family. It's crazy.
Really?
Yeah. That's why it's upsetting, with like the Mark's Segrel, this guy like that shoplifted a few times, and like he's never gonna get out, like no possibility of parole. But then Joe Warnock he's gonna be up for parole in like within a decade.
Right.
It's just like sick.
Yeah. I was watching something about a pedophile today, pedophile, and that, it's had a multitude of charges over the years for different crimes against children. Finding, they found like 68 video images or video files, some including him producing the footage of abusing children. And yet, like, the charges he was up against were sexual, basically raping a 5-year-old. And I believe a 7 or 9-year-old, I can't remember, but a year and a half he got sentenced.
It's such bullshit.
There was a Real Housewife that got sentenced to like tax fraud, like they got more time than that.
Wow, that's just disturbing as all get out. I had the misfortune of a pedophile moving in next door to me. Oh, talk about me at a level 12 psycho. Like, he came over and introduced himself, and like that, you just know, like because it's like required that they do that or whatever.
Yeah.
But he like used his son, like his son is like his stepson is like hiding behind the house. Like he does not want to meet us. And I was like telling my brother, like something's up. Like, and he was like, you're being dramatic, you know, blah, blah, blah. Like, it's fine. Until winter came, and then there was footprints from his house to my daughter's bedroom window. I went nuts. I like literally got the school board involved. I got the principal involved. I got the police involved. And like they came and they were like, well, you know, there's like, I was like, I'm making you aware that I'm putting a sign in my yard. I'm going to pay for the biggest sign I can fucking find. And it's going to be like child rapist next door. I was able to get like what he did. Like a friend of mine like got me the transcripts and everything. Like he raped his own flesh and blood daughter. He was caught in the act and he only served 2 years in prison.
Yeah.
2 years.
Something's so messed up when it comes to crimes against children. I just don't understand why the sentences are so minimal in so many cases until they've hit their second or third or fourth, even sometimes.
That should be just like no strikes. When you're caught like literally in the act of raping a child, you're like a 5-year-old child.
Right.
Yeah, big sign. I had a big sign and I was like, I'm going to put it and it's going to say pedophile next door because I lived within like 4 of the schools in Brownsburg. Like I was like right in the middle. I'm like, how can he even live here? And then I went totally apeshit was I saw him in the school, my children's school. He was there. He wasn't married to the person he was living with her little kids. And he was in the school and I immediately went to the school and they changed like the school rules because I caused that big of a stink about it. And He moved and I still track him to this day just to see where the mother effer is.
Good, because because you can't necessarily count on the fact that the state is doing that.
Exactly. So I do it. I make sure, just like I always know where he's living. He just moved around quite a bit.
Something I came across recently, because crimes against children are like, I think all of us, I think it's probably all of our biggest trigger point. Like in Europe, it's bad enough in the US. In Europe, not, think of how we have it in the US with different states having different laws and different things. In Europe, you have different countries that are the equivalent, like the size of states. And so you might have someone that's charged with, molesting someone in Portugal. And before they're sentenced, they can go to Spain and not necessarily even have that charge follow them.
Oh, that's infuriating.
And I'm not, blasting those countries, but I'm like, it's something that's so scary, and horrible to think about that, look at the proximity of all of those different countries in one small area, and people can just do something horrible, go to another country.
Right.
That's an hour and a half drive away, and they suffer no consequences.
Yeah. There's a lot of really kind of big differences I'm finding, like with the US versus like UK, like justice system. The sentences are so much lower, but they go to trial a lot faster. Like
sometimes
the British Crown, usually a lot of them are like within 6 months, which is really fast. Compared
but then you have countries like Germany. Look at if you look at a high profile case, I can think of Madeleine McCann, where they're adamant that they have a German citizen that they are saying killed her, and yet they've not brought him on charges for that in Germany, because in Germany they literally, if they don't have unequivocal proof that someone committed a crime, they won't bring charges against them. So if you have reasonable doubt, or you have something that brings up the question of whether someone's guilty or not, they won't even bring charges in those kind of cases.
That's crazy. Well,
Yeah.
you
And I'm
all
probably
have
generalizing.
Good
I know
Night
there's
as
probably exceptions.
Good Night list account. Yeah, it's just like I really enjoyed and so embarrassed that I had Graz on, but like the global unsolved episodes I was doing, like I think the concept is like a really cool one because it was like
Absolutely.
then we had this like after discussion of like the differences in the country's justice systems, and I love that kind of stuff, like where you learn, about you know but I think that's like I've noticed that with watching that, and I think everybody should watch it. It's just it gives you you could read 5 books to understand domestic violence and the signs that are going to lead into an eventual murder of someone. Or you could just like watch that series because the families and the friends of these murder victims like really do a excellent job, and they have like forensic psychologists and different like a lot of different people that talk on there and give you like this. The pattern is just so clear of like how they isolate and manipulate and gaslight, and they just like take this person and they turn them into a shell of who they were, and like in every single episode it's a very similar pattern, and it just kind of gives you that like when you want to warn people, like it's a really good. But I've noticed that like these families are like super pumped about like a 22-year sentence or like an 11-year sentence, and I'm like, what? Like for what they did? Like ugh. In here, like it would be a lot higher.
Hopefully.
Sometimes not though. Except if you shoplift 3 times.
Right.
And then you're never don't go to Mississippi and shoplift a few times. I'll tell you what. Like,
don't sell weed a few times, but
no shit.
I mean, I will say for all of the criticism that, the internet and online sleuths, and even I'm critical of a lot of people with TikTok and YouTube and different things, and people that I don't feel like are in it for the right reason. But one thing that I think is really good is that I think that we're at a really pivotal moment in time as far as like exposure for true crime, because even though there's all of that conjuncture and all of the horrible things that come out of it with like say like these accounts like True Crime Design and like what was his name, Joe Lewis and As Above So Below or Groz or different people like that, you think like that bring up these things that are horrible and don't matter. Look at all the exposure that crimes are getting now that they didn't get even 5 years ago or 10 years ago. I think Gabby Petito is probably one of the big recent cases that like kind of changed that, especially with TikTok. Yeah. But I think that also was a case that showed that people can have a real positive effect. So it's hard. It's a double-edged sword because as much as I hate some of it, I'm so grateful for other parts of it.
Right. A silver lining.
Yeah.
Like it is a double-edged sword.
Right. Like I probably wouldn't know about this Nicola Bulley case that's going on in the UK right now if it weren't for social media.
Yeah. It always just like puzzles me, like the cases that take off, and just become like Olivia Fowler, for instance.
It's timing.
The case I covered, Olivia Fowler, like she like is beautiful, blonde, like just kind of it's reminiscent of Gabby Petito.
Right. And
like you can't get like 2 people to cover it, like they've got, just a little bit of news that the aunt and who was their mom, really her mom, like really was able to like get, and like they're so grateful for you covering their child. And to me, with a channel with like 1,800 subs, like that they're grateful, that tells me a lot, and it makes me sad that like such a small channel, and channels are small that are like, I mean, mine's uber small compared, because small channels are like, if you have, 30, 40,000, like that's a small channel to me. Like the millions are the big ones.
Someone told me you're not a real YouTuber until you have 1 million subscribers. And I was like,
I mean,
I have 1,000.
I think like 100, like if I got to like 100, I would be like, wow. But it is crazy how this platform gives you your voice, like the ability to reach, like how you can look in and it'll give you like milestones that you hit and like you've
But
reached.
if you help one person, that's all that,
Exactly.
or if your 1,800 channel subscribers channel, with a case helps create one lead, that could be the
Right.
one lead it needs.
Yeah.
I don't go into any case that I look at that I'm like, I don't think I'm going to solve a case. Like that's not my goal ever.
Neither.
It's really mainly to provide reality, truth, and to advocate for the victim. And if I feel like it, the victim's family, which typically I advocate for the victim's family, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
You kind of had to do some advocating for the perpetrator's family with like the whole craziness that's going on with Delphi, like it's, I don't know. I have all the research that I've done on it. I haven't just like pulled the trigger on doing the episode because it's like, it's a hard one because the victim's family are like, obviously the priority.
Of course.
There's another side to it of
right.
The family of the murder victim. They didn't ask to be the family of the murderer,
Right.
and most of them don't see it. Like the closer you are to someone, the less likely you are to actually pick up on all those things. You rationalize them away.
Well, let me ask you both a question.
Yeah.
If you had the opportunity to interview Richard Allen, would you do it?
Well, considering I don't cover Delphi,
I know you don't.
I would probably send him to one of my friends that do. Just being honest, because I wouldn't want people to think that I was only doing it for attention, because that's not why.
Say something about you resonated in that person's mind, and they wanted you to be the person that interviewed them, and they reached out to you and they asked you to interview them.
Are you telling us that he reached out to you?
No. I'm curious because like what you were saying, like as far as like the family members of these people that are affected by it, I think it's not a secret, like Vincent Farmer, who's Flint Farmer's son, in the Karina McClurkin case, reached out to Deb.
Yeah.
And he asked if he could come on to It's a Crime and Shame and talk about, being the son of someone that was accused of murder.
If it was a different case and a different person,
okay,
then yes, probably. But I wouldn't want to do it if it was a case that people were going to see me as only doing the interview for attention.
Okay. But it's like like we were kind of put in that position then of like, okay, and I was like, okay, I was up for it, but then Blaine Nelson, who's Flint Farmer's nephew, he put a video out on Facebook that was basically saying my uncle's innocent, like this is bullshit, blah blah blah, and I was like, I want nothing to do with this guy. He's
right,
disgusting. And he reached out to Sonny and asked, okay, Vincent was on your show, can I come on your show? And I was against it. I was like, no, I don't want anything to do with this guy. And he knew that, but I agreed. I was like, okay, well, it's like I might be quiet, I might not say anything, but if he wants to tell a story, then it doesn't mean you have to agree with someone to let them talk. And he ended up being someone that I basically kind of fell in love with a little bit.
Yeah.
Which was a really weird thing, because here I am talking to Jerry McClurkin every day, and then forming a friendship with someone in Flint Farmer's family.
Right.
And that was a really weird position to be in. but I was like, and we got criticism from people that are like, oh, well, um, you're sensitive towards the murderer's family.
Okay.
And I'm like, that's not the case at all. But
But I don't believe in like the whole like by proxy guilt. Like I think that's just so, I don't know. It bothers me.
I
but
guess
as far as then you get criticism if you talk to someone that's you don't that like you might not even agree with. Like, I think Flint Farmer is guilty, and Vincent and Blaine both knew that.
Right.
So I wasn't like signing off on everything they said. I was just allowing them to talk. But like, we got quite a bit of criticism for that.
I did do that in a way, like not the. I've spoke with the murderers, alleged murderer's family, when I did Amaya's case.
Yeah.
I'm the one that reached out to Amber's dad and talked to him.
I've talked to a few murderers and I just decided not to put it on. I did it privately and then I haven't put it, I won't. Like, I just chose that I didn't want to give them a voice because there was no like ownership or anything. And it just it wouldn't have done anyone any good to hear from them. So
yeah, I think it would be a case by case situation.
Yeah, that's true.
There's one, he lives in another country, who served his time, got out, is living a normal life now, not doing the same things that, like, yeah, I would probably. And, like, he has a YouTube channel. He's been on other channels, whatever. So I would probably be open to, like, interviewing him publicly. But, like, what Mel's saying, if, like, they didn't see how they were in the wrong or feel any remorse, then yeah, probably not.
Yeah.
Is it not good to expose that, though, too?
I mean, I would talk.
I mean, maybe I'm completely in the wrong.
I would talk to them privately. I would probably do the same thing and not make it public.
I think, and then there's the factor of like when someone is behind bars and they're awaiting trial,
Right.
to like insert yourself and to not like have like, we don't know what could like mess up a future trial.
True.
That's why all the shit with like Kegan Kline like pisses me off, because it's like he's just saying
anyone that'll talk to him.
Yeah, and why are you giving him a voice? Like, just stop that, because he doesn't. So it's just.
Yeah.
And
there's a line between I think giving someone a voice and pandering to that person, because I mean, like, I know with Kegan Kline, I mean, to me, everything I've come across with Kegan Kline, and I know a lot of things that I've not ever made public as far as the conversations people have had, and because to me, I'm like, there's a line between exposing someone's personality and like kind of some things that could go into their psyche or their criminology or their motive or whatever, and versus pandering to that person's desires. Because Kegan Kline, in my opinion, he's a sad, broken person, and I'm like, there only comes so much. I mean, that excuses nothing. Yes, yeah. Like I said, it excuses nothing. But I'm like, but there's also a line, in my opinion, where I'm like, it'd be gratuitous to continue to like show things that like brought about nothing new,
right,
and that just kind of showed that depravity.
Yeah, and then the victim, they're never going to get to use their voice again.
Never.
And so it's like there's such a fine line, and like I think that there is good that has come out of, like, if you look at the behavioral analysis units, and like being able to sit down and interview like Catherine Ramsland, Paul Holt, like there's been way more than just John Douglas. There's like that, I think his name's Rex. I mean, just a lot of good like interviews, and data gathering and information gathering in order to learn, in order to, I don't know, for me, like, because of my aunt being murdered when I was young, like that sent me on my like hiding in the library, because I was like the most sheltered child ever, like grew up in like just like almost like this like cult like church. And so of course I wasn't allowed to go into the real crime like section or even the fiction, but like I did because it just, and it was a bunch of books on like serial killers and stuff, and of like trying to understand the mind of murderers, of like, why did he do that? Why did he kill her? Why did he? And it just, as a young child of not being able to talk to the adults in my life, it sent me on this like library quest to find that answer of like, why do people kill each other? Like, why would he kill my aunt, who was, wait till I cover that one until you guys see her, like talk about the most beautiful person ever, like just literally drop dead gorgeous. And like, she was so talented and so sweet and so kind and like loving. And she really did like make it effort. Like she spent time with me. So this is an aunt that like I was involved in my life. And then she was just gone, and it was just a stalker guy at a bar. He caught her at a moment where she went out to her car, and that's the, like, set her drink up on top of the car, opened the door, and that's how everything was found, and she was gone,
Oh, I'm sorry.
And like, that just really affected, and he killed himself. I'm thankful for that now, because I'm see the justice system and the appeals process, and I'm like, he'd be out by now. We'd have to live with a world with Roger in it. Like, fuck that,
Yeah.
But
I mean, we live in a world where Scott Peterson was trying to get a new trial.
Odd. Then there was like I got a little bit freaked out with the Chris Watts stuff of like, that guy might get out, like, or any chance of anything with him.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Like, to me, it's always just been a matter of like, the reason why I would want to interview murderers is for that same reason that the little girl in me wanted to learn about murderers.
Yep.
Why? Whether that was like public or private, like I would have to make that decision based on the interview. But like, it's,
I was gonna say that would be why I would do it, because I mean, clearly, like, it intrigues me, or I wouldn't have a wall of books on just that.
right.
But if it was a situation where, like, he was saying, like, they specifically wanted to talk to me, if there was useful information in there, then I would definitely make it public regardless.
Mm-hmm.
Same.
So, I mean, I think it's just like a case by case.
Right.
Yeah.
I was watching something recently with the Menendez brothers, and I'm like, that's an interesting case, because I mean, like what they did, it self-admittedly is horrible, but then they, the motive that they gave behind it is tragic, if it's true.
Yeah.
And there's no way to know 100% if it is true other than their word, because they're the only people left from the situation that can talk about it. But I mean, when I've watched their interviews, like, I find a lot of really valuable information, like in like even watching their body language, and I don't believe everything they say it clearly, but I still find a lot of value in watching interviews with them. So like, that's the kind of stuff that like makes me think, I'm like, well, even if I feel like someone's being disingenuous, I'm like, is that just as valuable to show people?
Yeah, so that you can learn like the signs of that, and like, that's what.
When I look at the aspect that we all watch their interviews, right? All the like big ones.
Yeah.
I guess it could be any different if we did put it out, other than, we're just little YouTube creators that are going to be judged. But I mean, we're judged anyway, so what does it really matter?
I know, right? Like I do that with the Greeno coverage. It's like, okay, well, did you watch Tender Swindler? Did you watch the movie or the podcast on Dirty John?
Right. It's the same exact
It's
thing. People look at it differently.
it's popular right
At a
now.
TV show.
Covering con men is popular right now.
Right. I mean,
like
I was criticized last night for criticizing the police over the Nicola Bulley thing in the UK, just because I said, I felt like they could have said that she suffered from mental health issues rather than give the specifics of alcoholism and
100%.
perimenopause. Because again, like I said earlier, I don't think they would have said that for a man. I don't think they would have been like, oh, he suffered from,
from low testosterone.
And people like, UK police are the best. I'm not saying that they're bad. I'm not criticizing law enforcement.
But I have seen defenses where they blame steroids, which is just, I'm sorry, but like, I don't. There's so many defenses that because I love to like get on Justia and just like read cases, like especially in the appeals process of like,
appeals are interesting.
They really are. And you get a lot of details about what happened at trials that aren't publicly. Like I watched that whole oh gosh, his name is slipping my mind. The guy that like drove his SUV and killed a bunch of people.
The one, the crazy guy in Wisconsin at the parade.
Yeah.
The Darrell Brooks.
Darrell Brooks. Like I watched that like whole trial, and I mean it was like titillating TV. Like that dude was just batshit.
And he represented himself. So.
But I learned something about the psyche of that type of killer while watching.
And the way he treated women.
Oh my gosh. And then the way that he acted when his ex, like that was, and even the judge, like
the way he talked to the judge and the female prosecutors.
To me, it was like reminiscent if I would have got to sit there during the Bundy trials. Yeah. Like because Bundy
was at least charming.
He was like he would go on long tangents and rants during the trial, and like you can read about all that stuff, and like it just like really, I can't, because it was just off the hook. Like Darrell Brooks was just off his rocker, like psychopath, narcissistic, just egomaniacal, horrible man. And it made me so happy when that judge, like the way she did it, like she was awesome.
Well, it's one of the things that actually, from a voyeur standpoint, fascinate me with the Brian Kohberger case. Whenever, I mean, I know we're a long way out from it, but he, by all accounts, is someone that like suffers from those same things as far as like, having zero positivity towards women, yet he's sitting here in a situation now where he's being represented by a female in front of a female judge.
Yeah, bet he hates that.
And I'm sure he's going to try in every possible way to control every part of the aspect that he can. Mm-hmm. But yet, at the end of the day, the people in control of his life are a female and a female.
Yeah.
And I don't know I'm assuming the prosecutor is going to be a male, but
I can't decide if he's going to do like pull a BTK or a Bundy. Like at the end of the trial, like say he pleads, I could see him wanting to do like what BTK did, because he basically just deadpanned, but he was deadpan in his voice because he's a psychopath. But like you could see the excitement like in his eyes as he was standing there giving a play-by-play of every single person, like seared into his memory, ridiculously horrible way to like excitedly deadpan. I mean, he's like an oxymoron, because most of them are. It's like oxymoronic, like plea where he got to say exactly what he did, and like I can't decide if Kohberger's going to do that, or is he going to just like do all of these like
it'll probably depend on
games and like try to control, like I don't know, because they're both control, like that's what they wanted, but it's I can't decide with that him. But I really do think that he thought he was committing the perfect
Yes,
crime.
I agree, and I think it'll. I think what you're saying is I think it'll all come out depending on what level of control he feels like he has at different points throughout the case. Because I feel like if he gets to the point where he feels like he has no control, he will pull a Bundy and decide to like represent himself, or like a BTK. So I mean, I feel like it's going to be this very precarious balance of like letting him feel like he is controlling the narrative, whether he is
Oh,
or
I
not.
can't even. Can you even imagine being his
No,
attorney?
and I've been critical over her as far as the conflict of interest that I feel like there is a little bit with her having represented 3 of the parents of the murder victims.
Yeah.
But you know, I also realized the reality of the world and the legal system.
It is like I haven't really done. I mean, I know the basics, and like
Yeah.
I've looked into him more than I have like for me, it's like a very triggering case because I have a college student and one that's getting ready to be a college student.
Yeah.
So it's like really close to home because I look at that
Same.
picture of them, you know, all in a group.
Yeah.
I have a picture like that with my daughter in it.
Right.
You know, and like it just like that part, like I can't. So I have done more on like looking into Koberger.
Yeah.
Because I can like mentally handle that as long as I can distance myself from the 4 people that he brutally murdered because they remind me of my children.
Yeah. Same.
But
My middle niece is 18 in a sorority. You know, I mean, she could easily be Xana, Kaylee, or Maddie.
same. I mean, I have one that blonde hair just looks just like him, and then I have a dark haired version of them, you know, like in my house and like with my baby going, you know, gonna go to college in less than a year. Like it just like really, I'm gonna be an empty nester. Well, I don't think I won't be, but I will be. It's so weird. I feel too young.
You are too young.
I feel like I am, but I mean, I have my oldest when I was 24, so not really.
And you've got chaotic over there, like having an engagement party a week from today.
I know. I'm so glad I'm not doing that.
But were you invited?
I actively like advocate against them getting married because my oldest has been, and I love him. I think that he'll make a beautiful husband for her.
I didn't know you had a son.
I don't. It's my oldest daughter's boyfriend.
Oh, okay,
like,
okay.
Like their dad's like pushing them to get married, and I'm like, shut up! Like let them live together. What are you doing? They're 20, you know, 21. Like, stop it.
Oh, it's too young.
Oh, it's way too young. You don't even know yourself. And I think that he's like the perfect, like he's kind and good and he puts her on a pedestal. Like he's perfect. But at the same time, like, oh, I don't want to be a grandma. That's for sure.
Amy, how old's your daughter?
She'll be 21 in a few weeks.
So she's that age too, yeah.
Oh my goodness. I thought she was older than mine.
But they've been together. So
they have been.
They became best friends. By her sophomore year, they were dating. Aww. So they've been through like all the breakups. They've been through like family deaths. They've been, you know what I mean? Like they've went through all stuff together. So
can you imagine chaotic as a mother-in-law?
I mean, I basically am already. I mean, he's been going on vacation with us and everything for years. So
yeah,
I think you'd be a pretty cool mother-in-law, actually.
Oh, I think that like her and they have a cute relationship with her daughter's fiance.
Do they?
Fiance. Yeah. And he's such a cool kid. I like him a lot. Like just from like hanging out with him over there because they're there and it's super cool. Like I love that. Like I think it's really I love it when your kids want to hang out with you and spend time. Like my kids love to go over to my parents' house and play like board games and card games and puzzles and, you know, like I love that. I love that they're not like too cool to hang. And like that's kind of how her daughter is too.
Oh, I love that. That's probably one that if I don't have any regrets in life, but if I could go back to like being like, like say like like a young adult, the one thing I probably would change is I would probably pay a lot more attention to old people, and really spend time and like absorb like what they had to offer, because like you don't realize it until you're older that and I'm not talking about us, we're not old, but like our parents and like grandparents age,
right?
Like they have so much value and they have so many things to offer, and they're funny and they're so smart and they're incredible, and I don't think young people appreciate them enough.
And they've lived through so much of the history that we can only study,
right.
And
that we'll never know if they don't tell us.
Exactly.
Or we don't give them the opportunity to tell us.
Like for me personally, like my mama was wretched. Like she's just like a horrible human being, and like I'm not kidding. Like just terrible. But like my man's mama, like they called her grandma, but like she was almost 100, and I remember just like taking her to get like a coat, like I was going to take her shopping, and like we're going down this road that's like I'm trying to make conversation with her, and I was like, oh my gosh, I remember when there was nothing but a funeral home on this road, and she was like, I remember when there was nothing but a hitching post on this road. I'm just like, what? Like, can you even like the things like that, like they owned a bar during like Prohibition, and and it had like a speakeasy type deal, and like and then it was they used it for good with like slaves, or just like oppressed people, and just like all of these stories living through the Great Depression, and like I mean just
it's awesome,
so much history that you can't. So I agree with you completely.
Right. And had you not had that random conversation, because I guarantee you're gonna probably, every time you go down that road and someone else is in the car, you're going to be like, do you know there was a hitching post on this road one?
Right there.
Yeah.
There's dirt, and there's like a path, and like pastures and forests and a hitching post.
But if it weren't for that like random conversation, you never would have known that to even say it to then someone else, who's then going to say it to someone else every time they go down that road. And I think oral history is so important.
It was like such a we had I had a whole history lesson, and we get to like Burlington Coat Factory, and she can't see, like she's like pretty much blind, and she picks out this like blinged out coat, like bejeweled. It was like something, like it was like real gangsta jacket like coat, and she freaking loved it. Like she was so in love with it. And I'm like, well, let's go look at the peacoats. I'm like, her 3 sons will hurt me if I bring her home with this coat. Like she can't see it, so like she doesn't know. And I'm like trying to tell her, and she's like, but it's really comfortable, and like I kick myself all the time of like, why didn't I just let her get that coat? Why did I talk her in? Because I mean, I didn't make her get the other one, but like I talked her out of it. Like, why didn't I just like let her have that bedazzled, like
she comes home in her fubu,
like
her fubu.
Like she would just like, I could just see her in a picture, like, yeah, like just 100-year-old woman just like posing, like I should have just let her get it.
She's wearing Jordans.
Absolutely. Yeah, I was like, just like totally decked out with some like money sign sunglasses or something. I don't know, but it was super cute. Like she just felt, you could tell, like she put that thing on, and like she was like, I love it. This is it.
I feel like that if I put a peacoat on, I'm like, oh, I love this.
Me too. Oh, a good peacoat, like 100% awesome. I want to start like getting some suits. Like I'm going to start wearing like business suits.
I'm glad I'm not the only one, but I'm like, where am I going to wear these?
But Mel, are you going to do your makeup?
I guess. I do my makeup a lot now.
No, I meant like you showed us earlier when you had like the beard.
Oh, and like dress like a man.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you like that? Wouldn't you like that? I think so. Like I could probably I freak my man out all the time. Like I feel like I was meant to be a dude. Like when I put that on, when I like got that on, I like literally felt so good. So then it was just like, well, maybe I'm meant to be a drag king or transit. Like honestly,
You
like I was
identified.
just like, it made me question my own, like, it really did, because it was just like I loved it. Like I just felt so alive and like great. I really did. But yeah.
Chaotic would draw the line at cutting her nails.
Oh, she wouldn't be able to do it.
I wouldn't be able to do anything.
Should
I'm just so glad that I don't have to set an alarm tomorrow. Like, oh, I'm so excited that I don't have to do that.
Oh wow, it's 2 a.m. Oh wow.
Yeah, it is.
I
I
don't know.
haven't been up this late in months. Well, I have. I've just been rolling around, like waking him up all night because I can't sleep, but going to my bed. Oh my God, I got this like face mask with a Bluetooth, like speakers in the face mask.
That sounds dangerous.
A cooling gel face mask with Bluetooth speakers. And I can
you're gonna electrocute yourself.
No, it's Bluetooth. It's not like I'm plugged in. I'm not plugged in,
Okay.
silly. Oh, it's so wonderful. It's like being in a different world. So then that's why I've been listening to a lot of Audible, because, you know, you can just put that on and it's like just right here, and it's everything is blacked out. Like I just like forget that the world is here.
Oh, you'll have to message me that Audible that you told me about earlier, because I want to look it up.
The Catching Killers one?
Yeah, whichever one you told me about.
Face Darkness with me. I downloaded The Anatomy of Evil, but I haven't read it yet or listened to it yet. And whomever.
What was the book that you told me about?
The book?
The Audible book you listened to.
Face Darkness with me.
Okay, yeah.
Billy Jensen.
Yeah, that's one. Because I have a whole bunch of credits because I don't download one every month.
Oh, can you share them? Because
No, you can't. I tried.
Really? Dang it.
Yeah.
I'm listening to it's like true. It's a real story, but like I'm just like, man, who is this? I've been like trying to not look it up this whole time, but I'm reading it and like I know it's about someone that was a real person. So it's like really interesting, but some of them it's like hit or miss on.
To me, it all depends on with Audible. There have been books that I've wanted to read the book, but the person reading it, I didn't like their voice, and I can't do it then. So I have to like their voice. Yeah,
I do too. I like because I listen to Real Crime Profile with Billy Jensen, like Paul Holes and Laura Richards. It's a great podcast. Like they're awesome. And so Billy Jensen is reading his own book to you, which is super cool. And his voice is great. But yeah, some of them, I hate it when they're I think it's called cadence of voice.
Yeah.
Where it's like,
cadence.
They'll like, and it comes off as so disingenuous, you know, because they're just like reading a book and they're like trying to put, or they'll like try to like if there's a woman and then they'll like
I don't like when they do voice.
Try to talk like it. Yeah, it's like just read it like. And she said, and then just read it like you're normal. Don't be trying to like get all crazy with some weird voice. Like, stop it.
I agree. And then occasionally, like I remember I listened to the Audible version of because I like books a lot, so I listened to the audio version of once of To Kill a Mockingbird, and Sissy Spacek read it, and like she's got that real deep Southern accent. And it was like the exact voice you want to hear read a book like that.
Yeah.
And so it was like, even though I'd read the book myself, it's like hearing the Audible version of it with Sissy Spacek was perfect. It was like, this is exactly how I want this story to be told to me.
That's cool. I did that with Catcher in the Rye.
Yeah.
That one's on YouTube, not on Audible, but like the dude
that's my favorite book.
Catcher in the Rye. Like his
Yeah.
voice is exactly what I would imagined would be if the like it's just so perfect. But yeah, it's really cool. You should look it up on it's on YouTube. Just type in like audiobooks Catcher in the Rye, and like the guy that's reading it, it just makes it all the much better because
I
it's
will.
such a classic, like such an awesome, funny, meaningful book.
Yeah, like I said, it's my 100% very favorite book of all time.
That's cool. Well,
I can't focus.
And read it again.
To me.
Huh?
What?
I can't focus if somebody's reading to me.
Really?
Grapes of Wrath, yeah.
I haven't been able to since college. I don't know if it's because I sit through all those horribly long lecture classes that ruined it for me, but I can't do it anymore.
You know, I started when I used to have like a commute to work when I can't remember where it was, but I used to like drive like 40 minutes, like, so I would just like go to the library and get an audiobook, and that's how I got accustomed to listening to books, because I've always read, but like I started listening to books when like I had a commute, so I would just be, anytime I was in the car I would have it on, and then like that transitioned into podcasts with true crime, and so I still prefer to read like a book, like to hold like a tangible book and flip the pages. Like I'm not a huge Kindle person. Like I can't, like if I'm on a plane or something, I'll read a Kindle, but I'd much rather read a real book. But I can definitely do an audiobook if it's read by a good person.
I want to smell the book.
Yeah.
Nothing like the smell of a book and like the pages in your finger. Like I love books, but
right, like buying a new book, I like everything about books, but
yeah.
And even like for me, like with all of my irrational fears and like my germophobia, like books at the library are amongst my favorites. And like other people have touched those, so rationally I should not want to have anything to do with them, except I love them because it's just like that. Libraries are just like home, like they're like home to me.
As long as they don't feel like there's a film on them. That's the only thing I can't deal with used books. If they feel like they have like a coating on them, it gives me the creeps.
Well, you can go to the librarian and be like, "This is too dirty. Can you order a new one for the library?" And then they usually do it for you. It's pretty great. Yeah. Or like a book that they don't have. They, if you go to them, they'll just like, "Oh yeah, we'll get it."
Now it's probably my age. It's probably like my age. But now, like when I go to the library and like I'm like, they're like, "Oh, you can get the Kindle version." Like you can rent it from the library now, and I'm like, that's weird to me. Like the whole idea of like renting a digital book. And so I'm like, no thanks. I'll just buy it at Target.
Yeah, I'd rather just continue to buy.
You like your books?
I do.
I like them too. I just don't have the space. I don't have I have above me. I've got my books are on a shelf, but I would have to get rid of books in order to get new books, and like I'm not willing to part with any of the books I have. I've still got to read my ones why is her name like totally going out? The genetic genealogist. Let me look. Her name is up here. I have a bunch on like human genetics and like a DSM. Like I'm not willing to part with those kinds of like stuff to get anything else.
Chaotic. We should do a serial killer pop-up book.
Whoa, pop-up.
I love pop-up books.
I mean, I suppose we could.
Wouldn't that be fun? Each page, like, how like extra like pop-up books are, and then imagine each page is a different famous serial killer coming up with
their choice of weapon coming towards you.
Yeah, like coming up with their their modus operandus.
I mean,
it could be a niche that has not been explored yet.
now I gotta Google it. I'm gonna go see if this exists.
If it does, I'll immediately be like, see, I had a good idea. No, I'm kidding.
I don't think it does. Because what, like when you first put it in, all that comes up is all the different serial killer coloring books.
See? That could be a pretty cool thing. I mean, if there's a serial killer cookbook, there should be a serial killer pop-up book.
I mean, that's a fair point. I feel like I should buy the serial killer cookbook for everyone for Christmas.
Oh, I need to put that on my wish list. Ray Jones said she is great at hiding her enthusiasm, isn't she?
Who, me?
Yeah.
This is like, I mean, it's been a long day for me because I had to get up early with like 3.5 hours of sleep. But this is also the time when my brain starts thinking about 20 different things. And I'm seeing like all of very concerning messages come up about another situation.
Other YouTube situation?
Yeah. So,
Like,
I slept until 10 o'clock this morning after you and I hung up.
seriously? Okay. Now they got me searching weird things.
Right. Ray Jones, Ted Bundy for kids is how your mom got your name.
No, but surprisingly, there is Ted Bundy facts for kids.
Oh, Mel, good thumbnail for your video earlier. I just pulled up YouTube and it popped up.
the bed of roses.
Yeah,
What?
I like that.
I didn't know if anyone would even get it.
Yeah, no, it just popped. It just
The
popped
bed
up
of
on my
BS.
feed.
Yeah, I just did that real quick, but it's like, oh,
You're on
look,
my-
there's roses.
You're on my recommended pages.
What? I've
You
made
were, yeah.
that?
You did.
Wow.
You
Craziness.
and now you have 66 likes on that video.
Do I really?
Yeah.
Well, good. I wonder if I have any crazy comments. I should check, huh?
I'm really bad about that. Oh, you have a lot of comments. A lot.
And
Oh, here's one. Amen. Hallelujah. Like I said in the past, I support Mel and anyone else who stands up against coercive control and abuse of victims, families, and women.
There's Leslie, Grandma Watches. Yeah.
Oh, here's one. LMAO, you had to take all 70 videos you made of him in your obsession of him. Keep it up and you will end up losing this channel.
Oh, wow.
He probably got rid of his video cameras in cases, maybe in the off chance of DNA contamination.
And I love that, like, the Cincinnati girl, one person liked it. Oh, hey, look, we know that. It's a crummy shame. Shared. You go, girl. We know her.
I know. Well, she was like, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's always ones that, like, there's one lady that, like, always, well, it's like a lady's name, but, like, just like, wow, like, perhaps he will show you the attention you crave from him.
Oh.
You're just like, ooh, you got me. And, like, I leave them all up because it's like, I don't give a fuck.
Right.
Like, I'll leave up this comment. You can go and look at it. Oh my gosh. So you know how it pops up like things you can say when someone.
Yeah.
It literally says and ? question mark on the one that is like LMAO. You had to take all 70 videos you made of him in your obsession. It's that one. It just says and question mark. I
YouTube
think
with
I'm
the
gonna
shade.
have to. I might have to like I'll read it again to make sure it makes sense. But I'm like, yeah, I like that. Oh, the other one is thanks for the view. That's gonna be the one I go with.
I never respond to comments. I'm really bad about it. I go through and heart them. How do you do it, Kadak? Do you like respond to each comment, or do you like just heart them?
It depends on what they say.
Yeah.
Why can't I pick it? Oh, there. Oh crap! Now it's just like vi.
A lot of times I'll just go through and heart them because I don't really. I'm not going to go through each one and be like, "Thank you, thank you, thank." You know, I'm like,
yeah. It just.
I don't mean to. That sounds obnoxious when I say it that way. Sorry.
It really. Yeah, it just comes down to whatever they say.
Yeah, I get. At least they're few and far between, you know? Like,
Yeah.
I get way more, like, support than I do negativity when I cover. Yeah.
Same.
And hey, I'm the first one to admit, like, I am anal. Like, I'm anal when I cover any case. His just happened to have, like, so many court documents. Like, what do you do with that? Like, there's, like, so much.
My
It took
biggest challenge,
all 22 of those videos to do it. And guess what, guys? They're all in a playlist that you can listen to one right after the other. If you so choose. If you would like to know the cold truth about Greeno, you can listen to my 22 episodes of 72 hours worth of Greeno coverage. Oh, I just did like verbal fry, which I hate. I totally nailed the verbal fry there, though, didn't I?
I feel like the most awkward ones are when like you don't know how to respond to something because it makes no sense at all. Like it's not like a deliberate dig towards you, but it's not like agreeing with you, and it's like something just off the wall, and you're like,
yeah. Like I got a comment from BG.
From who?
BG. It just said like I'm the BG. Was the channel name? It was like, what did I do with that? Like I just didn't touch it for a little bit. I'm just like
that's when YouTube comes in handy and they say and.
And isn't that awesome though? Like that makes me so happy that YouTube picked those replies. I usually try to make them. I try to I try to be really good about like hearting and like commenting back and
good for you.
You know,
Deb was so good at it. Deb's really good.
Deb's really good at everything, dude.
Yeah.
Like let's just be real. But I'm pretty sure she went to bed a long time ago.
Probably not. You'd be surprised. Deb's up until 2 or 3 every night.
I'm live with Kemper still.
I know. I'm literally looking at
like Ed Kemper.
What? No.
Yeah, I literally was looking at the stand. Because the only people that are live right now are like on my subscriptions are the stand and chaotic, and I was looking at his thing. It says people who initiate and cry victim, and I was like, the stand is still live.
But I specifically like how he ended
it. I really like his title. The internet is where criminals behave like criminals and then cry victim. Yep. Hello.
Yeah. You've missed a lot of that too, and I'm just...
Yeah, it's okay. It just seems to be like a lot. Like...
A lot.
Over here, there's just like Greeno and Graz, you know, and like I like true crime design, their wretchedness, and like I'll say stuff about like them, and but that side of it, there is just like a never-ending supply of like narcissism and psychopathy over there in your world. I don't know.
No offense, and not Jimbo, but to some people, I think over there, it's a lifeline of energy. I said not Jimbo. I'm just saying, but I feel like some people, they're like, and it gives them life for the next day or two.
Yeah, and there's a few people that are friends that were starting to get attacked just for being in the chat that I felt like I needed to protect. So that didn't help either because, I mean, what do I do? You know what I mean? So
not probably what you want to do.
I did the best that I could, and I feel a little better now. Like, and that was part of why I could even go live tonight because I knew they had a late show. But I didn't feel like I was abandoning anybody after having some behind the scenes conversations. So,
right.
It's Famously Unfamous live about like some action on the streets.
Oh, Famously Unfamous is?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're live right now.
Famously Unfamous does a great job of going out and doing like boots on the ground all around.
Yeah,
and
without being like a harasser's like what's his face?
Yeah, or a douchebag. Like,
yeah,
and he's in your area.
Mm-hmm.
So Kemper. So is Kemper good looking or no?
ask me when we're off the air and I'll answer you.
Because I've been watching a lot of Jimbo's chat streams lately, and I'm like, you know what? I'm like, okay, because this guy has a lot of confidence, and I'm like, is Kemper just got BD energy, or is he actually good looking?
Well, and I'm sure that you're like curious too because you do see a lot of the ladies make comments.
I do. He's got a fan club.
He does have a fan club.
And I'm not being shady, but I'm saying that I'm just curious because I'm like, I don't know him very well. I've been on a stream with him once with you, and I've watched him on Jimbo's, and he's got a lot of confidence. So I'm like, is it just like his energy that's exuberant that like, or exudes that?
In my opinion, I don't think he's attractive. If you go find Jimbo's video, it's a short video, like maybe 12 minutes or less, on January 12th, you can see what Kemper looks like. They were outside the courthouse when someone did.
Oh, when someone was being arraigned.
Well, supposed to be, and then didn't show up.
Yeah. Grandma watches. I'm going to put people on the spot. I don't come in. I come in like a wrecking ball.
Everybody's getting their second win. They fell asleep and woke up, and we're still here.
Right.
Way to
I'm not kind and gentle. Raymond, don't have feelings. You should know more than anyone.
In your areas there, are the criminals allowed to have tablets and computers/cell phones? Cell phones not allowed. Any computers they have are shared, and tablets, it's by each individual jail or prison.
I feel like because I've decided that I'm gonna try to take like highlights from all of the Greeno because yeah, it's a lot. Like it's obsessive. It's not. I'm obsessive in my like anal retentiveness, my analness of making sure that it's like all there. Like I just can't let anything like. I don't know. I got to do all of it or nothing of it. But then I forgot my point. I think it's getting late. Like, what was I talking about? Like, what was my point? Damn it.
Justice.
Oh, I've been listening back and I sniff a lot. Like, it is really getting on my nerves. I am getting on my nerves.
I don't think I've ever noticed it.
This
I've never noticed it.
now I've like called it to everyone's attention, and now you're gonna notice it.
I'm gonna comment on her video the next time she posts one. I'm like, she sniffs a lot.
Like I do. Like when I get like, I feel the awkward silences with likes, ums, and sniffles. It's not okay. It's unacceptable.
I've never noticed.
No, I've never noticed. God, I don't tell her when I was like, does Mel have a coke problem?
Oh my god, dude! You're gonna get that rumor freaking started.
Well, he figured the rumors you tried to get started didn't take off, so he'd help you out.
I mean, did you see when I was on CD, like Analysis of a Crime?
No.
And we were just like sharing like stories, and I accidentally tried cocaine one time when I was like 19 years old.
Accidentally?
Yeah, I didn't know what a mo was. I didn't know. Like, I just thought it was a blunt. Like, and it wasn't.
Okay. You weren't like, oh, what's this?
Right.
No. It was like mixed in with marijuana that I just was like, thought I was just smoking a blunt. And then it ended up having cocaine in it. And I have ADHD, so that cocaine landed me on my ass or on my backside. Like, literally, I had 3rd degree like snow burns because I got hot, and I decided to go lay outside in the snow, and I fell asleep. And thank the good Lord above that he was looking out for me, because someone saw me through the window, and they came out there and they brought me in, dragged me inside, and like put me in a bed. But like, that's what happened to me. And that was like, okay, me and cocaine. Like, once I found out, and they were like, oh no, that was like laced with like, and I was like, why would you ever do that? You got an upper and a downer and like putting them together. Like, that made no sense to my brain.
Weed's a downer, right?
Most of the time, like in a couch, you know, or I mean, I guess there's different types, but like, yeah. So this one time that I tried cocaine, and then of course, like, people were like, oh, like, you know, like trying to like say I'm like a freaking coke addict or something. I'm like, just for being honest, like, snow burn. I did have a snow burn in more ways than one.
I'm like, I think we've seen people on YouTube literally be under the influence of stuff while they're on YouTube.
Right? Like, oh my gosh.
So I think you're okay with your one time.
Were you guys there, the Sean Harmon? Did you guys see that?
Yeah. You know, I was never on YouTube at the same time as said person. They were on the lam when I came onto YouTube.
Oh, yeah. Well, this is Sean Harmon, and he was trying to find a vein to shoot up with during the live. His dog was like in a complete state of like panic. It was horrible.
Wait, Sean Harmon was
horrible. Yes.
Oh, yeah. I know.
He didn't have anywhere. He couldn't find anywhere. And he's like trying to like shoot up in all these weird places, like in his belly. And I think he ended up landing somewhere in like the middle of his toes. It's like, I'm super naive when it comes.
I've heard of that, in
like,
between your toes.
Sheltered. Like you're ignorant to what you don't know. And I was like no schooled my whole childhood, and then I went to a Christian school that was like super, you didn't have any contact with the outside like secular world,
right.
Like and it just, but it was just like it was so sad to watch, and then
did you take it down, or like was it?
I think it got taken down. I don't.
But he
I
didn't
don't
like
know.
do that on air, right? He didn't like.
Yes. Yes. Needle, everything on a live, actively trying to find somewhere to put the needle in his veins while live. It was the saddest thing ever. And then he ended up overdosing not that long after. And it was just like, so. Yeah, it was just awful, of like.
Well, I'm going to say a prayer for anyone that watched that or anyone that is a family member of his or whatever. Because
I know. It's really sad.
I was joking when I when I brought that up, just because.
Oh, I know,
but when it's real life, that it's not funny.
Yeah, it was disturbing. Like, just and then I'm like, what happened to the dog? Like, where's his dog? Like, it's such a sweet pity.
Is the dog okay? Do you know?
I hope so. I hope someone has that dog, but you could tell that dog loved him like so much. And it was just broke my heart, just broke my heart that I can't cover animal, like Never Silent and I were talking about that last weekend. And I tried to, I wanted to bring awareness to foundations and rescues that really do justice for helping animals and stuff. And I got so upset and I started crying on the live, and I was like, I get too angry about animal abuse. I can't even bring awareness to it, and seeing people mistreat animals. But I think that Sean really loved that dog, and you could tell that dog loved him. And it was just so sad, so sad. I would still like to get an update on Sean's dog. He did, Ray. He definitely did, and it's just so sad, just to watch that
That's fair.
Because to me, I call him my nephew because I raised him, but he was actually my second cousin. And he got hooked on heroin at a really young age of just, you think you can try heroin. You can't just, there's drugs that you just can't try, you can't just dabble. Most people cannot just dabble in it. They become addicted immediately, and then they're always chasing that high that they're never going to get, and it's just this lifelong battle with it from that point on out. And it's so sad to watch the people around you succumb and die from it, and knowing the potential and the extremely high IQ and the charismatic nature and beauty of my nephew, and then watching it take over his life. And to me, say that it's just Satan. If you want to put a name on evil, heroin and meth are literally evil. They will make you steal from your grandma and prostitute yourself in order and leave your kids, steal from your own children. We have
I don't think there's any other, maybe meth that'll do that to you, but
that's the sign of the that is just so, it's just the epitome of evil is those drugs. They literally take away your empathy, your humanity, everything, and they destroy so many lives around you, and
right. Why else? Look at the severity of what they do to people, and then ask yourself, why would anyone voluntarily ever do that? To me, that speaks to how strong that the power that those drugs have over people are. Because I don't think anyone consciously wakes up one day and goes, my life's going really good, I think I'm going to do that today.
Right. And the thing is a lot of, I had a friend of mine also, a the first time he tried heroin, it was like he immediately wanted to try it again. And he OD'd his second time trying heroin, and he spent 20 years in a coma because his parents wouldn't let him go because they thought that he was going to go to hell. Like, so it's just like this long, torturous story that affected us from high school on, you know, of like feeling so bad that Sean was just like, his name was Sean too, like,
Wow.
just like in this, he's completely gone. He was completely brain dead, and they just kept his body alive because the parents like couldn't let go because he was going to go to hell. And it's just like, I don't know. There's just a lot of things like that happen. It's just like, I don't know. It makes you question everything. But like my nephew, so many wonderful memories and stories with him prior to his addiction, and like what a character he was, and like what a man he was turning into. And then he tried that, and then that was it. Ray, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, Ray, I'm sorry.
Brother, best friend, uncle, and on and on. Yeah.
For anyone that knows Ray, for Ray to be open like that, I'm sorry, Ray.
Yeah, thank you for sharing.
Saying grandma watches, I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, me too. It does, and it just like with my girls, I'm like, there's just some things you just don't try. You don't ever give them a place to where they can take over your lives. And
it can be hard. It can be worrisome
about it.
You know, like for me, like I'm like addiction runs in my family, so I'm like I've always like been very weird about like drinking and everything, because I'm like I grew up not understanding that people can have a healthy relationship with things like alcohol. Like I understood that you either like don't drink or you're an alcoholic. And so like for me that was like the only two things. So like for me, like I was always like I never drank in high school. I never drank really in college.
Mm-hmm.
And then like I rebelled a little bit, but then I like it took me a long time to realize that, you know, like you can have drinks and not be an addict.
Yeah.
But you know, like when I was younger, like I only knew people that like drank that were addicts. Right. So it was hard for me to like learn that people can have a healthy relationship with alcohol or even weed or something like that. Like I don't think that everyone that smokes weed or something like that are an addict. No.
And I think like in my family, I see it, and like I think you come out of your family and you either, I never want to do that because I don't want to look like, I don't want to see the faces of meth on my face. You know, every time I go to a family reunion, it's like there's no way they could possibly be here next year. It's like walking skeletons. And then that green waxy haze of heroin, you know, and that's like the effects that it has on your whole family. And just like I couldn't just take my kids to family get things, you know, when they were little. It's like, well, is this person going to be there? Is this, you know, and like, and then I can remember one time we went, and it was like one of the first times my man was going with us, and his family is like literally the Partridge Family, like Night John Boy, whatever, what's that one? Like that family, like literally like that is his family. So just idyllic. And then mine is a hot mess from the holler, like
you're
Sarah
over there
Ann, West Virginia. You don't get any holler than that. And they brought the holler here to Indiana, and they're the ones that all live up by Delphi. And they're just ate up. Like I would take my kids and we'd have to lock everything up. Like they just got used to that. Like you don't take anything valuable into the family get together at a church. And like absolutely not. And like he's like walking up, like he's, you know, he thinks, okay, we've parked, we're going up, and then he realizes that we're still in the car, and the girls are putting like their DSs. I'm putting my checkbook, my cash, my credit cards, you know, anything anything of value, like you lock it up in the glove box. And he's like, what's going on? And my little one was like, we have to put all of our valuables in here because the family will steal it. And he was like he comes up to me, he's like, where'd your family get together at a church? And I was like, I know. So we go around the corner and we're like getting ready to enter into the church building. And my cousin is out there with her oxygen tank, just smoking away, surrounded by smokers. And she's smoking with her oxygen tank right there. Just, you know, and he does one of these, like he's totally freaked out and he's like grabbing all the kids and like trying to push them behind him and like save their lives. And he's like, there's a bomb. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, a bomb? I mean, because I grew up with oxygen tanks and smoking. Like, it didn't even. He was like, we can't take the kids past them. Like, that's a bomb. He was like, and then he gets in the door, and they call him my ex-husband and my brother. They were like calling him the nickname of my brother, and he was like, and I was like, I'm like, this is, do you not know? Like, have you been ate up so much that you don't know that your own nephew looks like? Like, this is my boyfriend, not my brother. It was nuts.
Gosh, I mean, that would almost be like living with your two brothers that were criminals and being afraid on a constant basis that they were going to steal your things.
Yeah. Yeah. I haven't, my uncle, like, I feel so bad for him. He has to put up with his son doing that to him all the time. And he's one where it's just like a kind of like a Greeno situation. Like, he's done some like really ridiculous things, like hold a girlfriend hostage by the throat with a 12 gauge shotgun. SWAT comes and nothing happens to him. He served no time for that. Like, what? It's like, they hid out in like an attic for months with the baby. I called. I reported my own family. I have reported my own family so many times. Snuck out of here and came to our live, right?
Lies.
Yeah, you snuck in here. That's right. She called you out.
No, I went in there and said hey to Kemper and Jimbo. So he said, "Oh, you know, Adam snuck out and came on our live."
Oh, really? Grandma watches? Like, I'm Hatfield and McCoy. Beat that. I'm just playing with you, but I really am. The Hatfield.
I love holler people.
Oh yeah, they're crazy. And it's like going back in time. Like when we go to Sarah Ann, it's like going back in time, like a good 100 years. You know, just.
I mean, I'd sit there and I'm like, what the
houses?
But I do love them.
Yeah. My favorite line was my first child, she was like, I don't know, 6 months old, something like that. We go and I breastfed her, and like one of the relatives was like, of course it's a man, you know, you still got that baby on your tit. Like, meanwhile, like they had all their babies in cages with no clothes on and sweet tea bottles. I was like, and they're like, just go put that baby over there with the rest of them. They're fine. I was like, I don't think so. I think I'm going to go to the hotel now.
So my youngest niece is 18 months. And when I was babysitting on Thursday, like I was drinking a glass of sweet tea, and she loves anything in a glass. So she's like looking, and I handed it to her, and she's like, and so I'm totally a holler person, because I was like, drink some more. I was like loading her up with sweet tea.
Sweet tea. I mean, it is good, especially, you know, like the windowsill and like doing all the process of getting it and then adding like 2 pounds of sugar.
Right. And you know, that's what an 18-month-old needs.
It's absolutely what they need. And then you send them home to be hyperactive all night.
I was like, she didn't take a nap.
Such an uncle thing to do.
No, she did take a nap, so I was safe.
But yeah, my
because in my family we have high tolerance.
Oh, do you? Okay. My little one was like, she was like my rude child that just asked anything that she thought in her head. Like, oh my gosh, I have so many stories. But she would be like, hey mom, why does Uncle blank not have any teeth? And I'd be like, don't smoke crack. You know, I couldn't ever say like, make sure you get those sugar bugs off. Like I tried to be really just like brutally honest with them about it so that maybe they would not want to smoke crack, you know, and like do that kind of thing when they're older. And it seemed to work out. Like I think I made the right choice. But
not smoking crack is always a good choice.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I have an aunt with no tongue. It's like a meth. It's like gone now. It's like there's just a little bit left. It's just, you know,
it's not fun.
It's gross.
I guess you know all of it.
I need to tell the story of how I reported my relative as the Delphi killer based on his own statement sometime.
I remember that story.
You're like, you know, now that like he's not, I still don't feel bad, but
tentacles. Okay.
Yeah.
I have a really long tongue. I'm not gonna display it, but I do have a really long tongue. It goes all the way to like my chin.
He just likes to brag with no proof.
I don't have a long tongue. Let's see it.
Yeah.
Oh no, my computer's gonna go to sleep.
Wake it up.
I think that's a sign.
It is 3 o'clock in the morning.
I can tell like my ADHD medicine doesn't wear off, so it's over.
Lunchtime.
It's over. And I even have like a 16-hour ADHD medicine. So like I'm not really like
the Vivicon or whatever it's called.
Mideus. It's changed my life.
Is it the time release stuff?
Yeah.
Do you like it?
I do like it a lot. And then because it actually lasts for the 16 hours. And so I can usually, if I get to bed before it wears off, like I can fall asleep. Now I can't stay asleep, but I can fall asleep.
And now
I tried one time release thing years ago.
It's yellow.
What?
You had me. I had your daughter. I raised your daughter too. Like mine's like yours. Oh my gosh. The worst was like she used to hate it when people would want her to do tricks. And so we're in the big DG, Dollar General, and this old couple is in front of us and they're asking her, like, do you know any Bible verses? Do you know any Bible songs? And like clearly she picked up on the fact that they're like Christian. And she had enough of them. And so she turns to me and she goes, hey, Mom. And like she looks at me and then she was like, hey, Mom, when's that girl going to come sleep in your bed again? She was 3. She was 3. 3 years old. And of course, this old lady and old man, like she marched him right out of there. She was so offended by my daughter. And the clerk was like, was there a woman sleeping in your? I was like, no, there wasn't. There was not. And she goes, well, guess I'm not going to get that ice cream now, am I, Mom? I'm like, yeah, no. Because I used to be like, if you don't say anything rude while we're at the grocery store, I will give you, you will get to pick out an ice cream on our way out. She barely ever got ice cream. And then she got like hooked on like who people go with. And so she would go around and be like, do you go with men or women? Like she would ask, you know, men if they went with men or women. And like my brother is younger than me. And like, of course, you know, his straight friends would get offended by that. Like, but she called it. Like there's so many of them, you know, because of growing up the way we did, like they don't want to come out of the closet.
Right.
And so she would be like, are you sure? are you sure? And everyone that she questioned, whether they went with men or women, like she was like spot on. Oh, and then my man, her stepdad, taught her quotes because I used to have to make her give compliments to people every day. And she would like, her compliments were like, hey, mommy, I like this side of your face. And when that zit goes away, I'm going to like that side too. She literally like could not just be kind. Her first word was big nose. She said it to a waitress. We thought she was a mute. She didn't babble. She didn't say mama, dada like a normal. She said big nose. Like just she told a counselor that, you know, I took her and she, you know, just to kind of make sure they're okay after the divorce. And she was like, she asked her, she's like, well, do you have any problems? She was like, well, my mom smokes and my man doesn't like, you know, she said his name, but I'm not going to, doesn't love Jesus. And the counselor was like, well, is there anything you can do about that? And she was like, no, not my problem.
Is this one you consider your Kardashian?
Yeah. Of course. And so then she goes, and so the counselor's like, well, you know, she's talking to me. She's like, she's very well adjusted. Like and I'm like, oh, no, she's not. I was like, how about you talked about how rude you are? And she turns to me and she's like, oh no, mom, I fixed that. Watch. You're skinny. She's like, see, mom, I gave her a compliment like you're making me, but I didn't tell a lie. Because the counselor was a very big woman.
Hey, y'all,
and so
we have
the
company.
counselor like got in her face and was like, don't you think that fat people know they're fat and you don't need to tell them? And she looks at me and I was like, you answer her right now. And she was like, well, you are in all that skin. It's like,
Oh, that's funny.
my God. I have endless stories of this. Just she would go around and asking people when they were going to put their seed in their wives. Like,
That's a serial killer shit.
I had to put her on mute like all the time. I was worried. Like she's grown out of it and she's still very blunt. Like even her teachers, like she got a name for herself at the school, but she's like one of those kids that everybody loves. Like they made her the ambassador of her classes. I was like, are you kidding me? Like you want her to like help other kids? Like she's mean as shit. Like I don't get it. And the teachers were like, oh my gosh, I put my makeup on and I got all dressed up because I knew Maris was going to be at my open house because she's going to be in my class this year. And I'm just like, oh. She told one of her teachers, she was like, I think you're supposed to be a grandma and you're not supposed to be here. Because she was like older teacher. And for some reason, she was just like, no. Oh, the ice cream. That one was, I dared to help a lady in like a wheelchair, like a scooter, like get her. She was struggling to get out of the scooter and we just so happened to be in the ice cream aisle. And so I help her, and my little baby who's still sitting in the cart, you know, she looks at this lady and she takes her arms and she like goes like this. And she was like, you better not eat that ice cream or you're not going to fit in that chair again. I'm just like dying. I'm like, oh, I'm like apologizing. I'm so sorry. I usually put her on mute. She's not allowed to speak when we're out in public, but I forgot. And she was like, oh, that's okay. She's like, honey, I'm old. I don't care. And she goes, you should care about something like that. And like turned her little head. It was a struggle. She just let it. you know, it was just like a whole thing of having to get her to like learn that you don't just, if someone asks you a question, like she didn't understand that like you can like tell white lies, like, and it's hard as a parent. Like you don't want to teach your kids to lie, but like you can't tell the truth. Just say I plead the fifth, you know? Like it was crazy.
Right.
She was a handful. She was very obedient and like a very good kid. She just brutally, brutally honest. Yeah. Thanks, Ray. I gotta go to bed.
Hey, everyone that's joining from the stand.
Oh, are they finally not live?
Yeah, so everybody's coming over here apparently. Or quite a few people did anyways.
I now I'm like intrigued by this Kemper. Is he here? Like, I want to see what he looks like and sounds like and acts like.
Just ask Chaotic.
Well,
I'm just gonna have to send you the video.
Okay. Oh, I sniffled again.
Uh-oh. Did you accidentally do coke again, Mel?
Face. Oh my gosh. Now I just did like a big, like I even dipped down for that one. That was really not a good move.
Kemper is coming over. Okay. I just got word that Kemper is coming over. They're playing exit video still. And
is he gonna come on the live? Or just like in the chat?
I mean, he might. He's came up before and talked, but he hasn't showed his face on mine. But there is a video on the stand where you can see what he looks like.
But he's not like Ernie didn't just change his name and like he's gonna be here again because I
mean, I think shouldn't everyone in chat put a 1 in the chat if they want to see Kemper's face?
I mean, we can try, but I don't know if Kemper would go for it.
Oh my gosh, Mrs. Beth Dutton is in the house.
It's my favorite. That's like my role model.
Me too. Like I would fangirl out really bad if I ever met. I mean, I don't even know the actress's name, but like she's just Beth Dutton and she's a badass.
Yeah. Beth Dutton is like my spirit animal.
Yes. Like I did on TikTok. I told Greeno, I was like, I'm going to be your very own Beth Dutton online. Like from here on out, like I'm going to go Beth Dutton on you.
Yes, you did. You did say it.
And I sure did do it.
Thank you, Southern Girl.
Oh, hey, Southern Girl.
Hi, Rose Petals and Honey.
She is cool as shit. I have to sniffle.
I caught Aspen sniffling earlier because you pointed out now. Now I'm going to notice everyone sniffles.
Right?
That's why I was calling in that way. Well, if you can't sleep, I mean, I'm sure someone will be here. Oh, it's a little more serious. Oh, we missed a Ray comment. Hang on. Oh, this one, I'm assuming is what they're talking about. Oh my Jesus.
That's funny. Yeah, Ray is a good time. At least that's what all the rest stops in North Carolina say.
Thank you, Southern.
Yeah. Chaotic has my favorite backdrop of any YouTuber. always, and she changes it up, and every time it's always my favorite backdrop.
Well, I now have 3 officially done. I've still got to get a chair and stuff to finish that corner over there, and then I'll have all 4 done.
Wait, Miss Beth Dutton.
Before we start doing our scary movie videos.
Yeah. Beth Dutton, you're in North Carolina too? That's awesome. I'm in Charlotte.
I'm having a boo of last night.
Ray is over on the coast of North Carolina.
Oh.
Ray's a fisherman, for anyone that doesn't know. He'll disappear for like 4 or 5 days because he's out on a fishing trip.
What's he reading on the walls? Phone numbers?
Yep. Like, follow the yellow brick road, follow the yellow brick road, follow.
Thank you, gamer girl.
Did Jimbo come on lately?
He was like on my panel.
Yeah, of course.
I haven't done a panel
Yeah, that's true.
with you. That's Aspen.
Hey, everyone. Can I drop my chat? Can I drop my link, Caddick?
Yeah, I don't know what mods are here right now, so yeah. Or I would just have them do it. Me and Jimbo share a lot of.
I cover a lot of true crime for anyone that doesn't know. So it's about as much of a. Oh, you're in Gastonia. Okay, yeah, awesome. Well, you're my neighbor then, Miss Beth Dutton.
Thank you, Rose Petal.
Miss Beth Dutton, I'm in Dilworth, in Charlotte. I bet Mel's getting a cocktail with banana in it.
I can hear you.
We heard you too.
I'm never gonna live my storytelling down ever. I do it to myself.
Explains all those.
But it wasn't. It was the smoke one. Like I smoked it. I think that's worse.
Probably.
Yeah. I mean, I
Back
ended up
end.
with 3rd-degree burns from the snow on my exposed heels and my back because I had a tank top on and no shoes and socks.
Yeah, y'all never know what you're going to get here on Chaotic Show.
Not on the late night ones.
Especially when I show up and say all kinds of weird shit. Make everybody uncomfortable.
Me and Aspen decided last night that we're going to start doing a scary movie segment on my other channel.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot to call the movie theater today. I'll do it tomorrow. Chaotic.
Okay. I'll remind you.
Put myself a note.
Mrs. Beth Dutton, will you please do me a favor and sub to my channel just so you can comment Mrs. Beth Dutton in the chats?
You'll probably have to drop your link because I don't know if we have any mods here right now other than YouTube.
Where's Never Silent been? I haven't seen
him tonight, which is weird.
Yeah, I saw Never Silent popped into It's a Crime and Shame chat the other night. I joked though. I said, Sonny, I said, you know that Chaotic has stolen Never Silent from us because he's hanging out with her every night now, and he's not in our chat.
Yeah, we have a trivia game to do over there, and we're going to do the movies thing over there, and obviously all my spooky travel stuff, and eventually
Cool.
the office and other rooms will be done to do 2 of them.
There's Cold Truth's link for anyone that wants it.
Oh, we both did it at the same time. Well,
thank you both.
Ray Jones, I've never seen DaBaby, but he's been arrested enough times in Charlotte that I know a lot about DaBaby. He lives up in Troutman, North Carolina. Not that I'm doxing him.
This is the best cup ever. Let's see if I can get it.
Oh, I like that. Embalming fluid. Arterial chemical? Oh, yeah. It's good.
Yeah, it's about like all kinds of stuff. I don't know. I love it. It's my new favorite.
Thank you very much, everyone. That's so sweet. And I hang out in the stands chats occasionally. He's so unpredictable as far as whether he's on during the day or at night. So sometimes I don't get to watch them live, but I always watch the replay if not.
Well, and now that Kemper's back, like Kemper's work schedule is hectic, so he doesn't have his normal hours anymore.
Right. Yeah, where's Kemper? Come on, Kemper. You said you were coming over.
They still over there playing sound bites. Does anybody know?
No. Kemper's like, you did great tonight, Jimbo. Jimbo's like, you did great tonight, Kemper. And Kemper's like, you did great tonight, Jimbo. And then Jimbo's like, you did great tonight, Kemper.
kiss, kiss, hug, hug. Come on over, boys. If you could get away from each other.
Y'all afraid of y'all afraid of some strong women over here?
Right. Jimbo could come over here while they were live, but he can't come over here now.
Yeah. Jimbo, we know you're afraid of some strong women. I'm kidding. Jimbo came over and said that earlier jokingly.
Yeah. It was a good live.
Yeah, it always is.
Whenever I finally go lay down.
Did Jimbo's wife come in? Velma, right? That's her name, Velma? Yeah. I knew that. I love Velma. Anytime Velma comes in camera, I'm like, ooh, this is going to be good.
I think this little cup is better for me.
Why?
Because I can only put so much alcohol in it, like a little amount, you know? And I can like... Remember when I used my big, tall, like, Cold Truth cup that's like this big? I had no idea it was going to be that large. And like, I drank it. I get like, you'd like the nervous, you know, where you get like dry mouth when you're nervous and you just like drink and drink and drink. And then I was like wasted.
I don't know. When I am drinking, I prefer my bigger cups because then I don't have to go all the way downstairs to get a refill.
Usually you have your Grey Hughes cup with you, Mel.
You know what? My girls took it. I'm so upset. Like, they love it. They like all to look at all the things on it.
Well, I guess you better enter for a new one.
Enter for a new one. I'll just buy it. I ain't entering shit. Like, I'll just get it.
Right.
But I'm starting to get that wandering, you know, when my medicine wears off and I like wander, like get up and just like wander off.
You did in my office that night.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ghana.
The redneck guzzler cups. Ray Jones is funny.
Ray Jones is funny. He's not always appropriate, but he's always funny. But I love Ray Jones. And Grandma watches exactly. Thelma always brings some fun. She cracks me up. She does me too.
Who?
Thelma, which is Jimbo's wife.
Oh,
She always.
voice.
She can come. Me too. She can come
like,
in and
when
throw
she gets
her
to talk
ball
about
to the
cooking.
show. She'll come in and be like, "Honey," and then like the whole show turns, and I'm like, but it's always for the better.
But like around like the Christmas when she was like so excited about Christmas and like all the food she was making, it was so cute. I love her.
I mean, I'm single and I really I love to watch couples like that. Like both of you have really incredible relationships, and like from the little bit I've seen, but it's like I love to see that banter between couples that I think is just so fun, and you can tell like they just have a good time and they enjoy each other.
Out of ours. Yeah, like I'm always like, We need to record this, like, because our conversations are so crazy. Like, the craziest.
Good night, Southern Girl.
Night, Southern Girl.
People would think I was probably like extra mean if they.
Why? Why? Wait, why? You're so warm and fuzzy.
I'm not warm and fuzzy.
I mean, everyone
It's
knows.
like our love language, like to be like, we're just like super rude to each other, but it's like how we show our love. You'd be like, so are you driving the crazy train today, or are you just riding in the back? I'm like, I don't know. You keep going, and I'm definitely going to be driving it real soon.
That's a scary thought, Ray Jones. That is a very scary thought. Ray, you should screenshot those and send them to me privately, and then delete them.
But if like anything not appropriate during the late night lives, think about the conversations we have had.
I know. Think about how inappropriate I am.
Oh, Mrs. Beth Dutton has
Mr. Beth Dutton. That's awesome.
That's awesome.
Her name's Mel, Southern Girl.
Hi.
Yeah, I can drop Mel's link if anyone wants it. Mel is an incredible creator.
Oh. Thanks. I mostly do lives because my computer crashes anytime I try to make a video. I should probably start a fund and try to raise $800 to get a new one, eh?
Or 920.
Yeah. Ridiculous.
It's funny. I make most of my videos on my phone and iPad, which.
And then I can make you
already have
more because after inquiring about pricing, it just isn't enough to cover it.
Right. Like
I have a $2,000 computer, and I literally make most of my videos on my phone and iPad, just because they're on me all the time, so they're easier.
Yeah. I don't know.
But then again, I'm not like, never mind.
5 foot nothing in green.
Oh, he put up an intro. I mean, I don't get why people say he's like so good at like video editing and shit. It's like, yeah, we could play some like strobe light music and like flashy, ridiculous, shoo, 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 like what is that even? I'm pretty sure it's like standard on Canva, like, come on. It's not that great.
Was Canva out a year ago?
Yeah.
I'm funny.
I'm funny. Is that what you just said?
I said I'm kidding.
Yeah,
I think you said I'm funny.
It's the link.
I'm symmetrical and I'm funny.
It's Mel's channel is the Cold Truth channel that Aspen dropped.
Yeah.
But there's no the.
Everything's.
She called me a lady.
You are a lady. Mel covers a lot of cases that I'm like, a lot of times when I watch Mel's channel, I'm like, I don't know about this case, but I want to cover it. I want to like help.
Yeah.
So,
that makes me feel good because like I have seen that lately where people have watched mine because that's what I want, like some creators don't want that, but like I do. I'm like, let's crowdsource, and like Rod Ruckus Rocks, like he like was in my live and then he did it the next day and made all kinds of phone calls for Dawn. Like, yeah, he like went to freaking town, like calling people out and doing all kinds of cool shit. So, and then PJ from the long title.
PJ Second Chance?
The Banished.
Oh, I know you're talking about.
I'm totally drawing a blank. I'm like in between Frenzy and Sleep.
See, that's awesome though.
Yeah.
I've seen Ruckus in blokes chats a few times lately.
I had to apologize to him tonight. I felt so bad because I like said something rude to him, just misunderstanding like the chat and like just popped off at the mouth before thinking, and I felt really bad. But I think he forgave me. Look at the daggers I'm shooting down there. You see them?
Just kidding.
Yeah.
Gamer Girl probably only catches our like late night goofy chats.
Oh, hey, Gamer Girl, that's fine. These are the most fun anyway.
Yeah.
But subscribing to someone on YouTube is free, and it really does help and makes people feel good.
That's cool, Ray. That's like legit. Like, I mean, with commercial fishing, like we got to watching this like show about it, and I was just like, oh my gosh, I didn't realize how dangerous this was.
Right, and for anyone that doesn't know, like Ray, like if you've ever seen Forrest Gump, Ray is a lot like Bubba.
Bubba, shrimp, Scampi. No, that's not Bubba, but like he was his buddy.
Yeah.
Aw.
He's like Captain Dan.
Captain Dan. I need to watch that again. Like when my daughter had her knee surgeries, they put her in like Forrest Gump like braces. It totally. I Forrest Gump joked.
Oh, I had cousins that wore those braces.
Like that's just my love language is like that. It's like Forrest. The third light thing giving me the finger in the background. Yeah, it is.
Yes.
Or as Kiara calls it, I love you.
Right. That seems
Ray.
Anyways.
That comment explains who Ray is to a T.
What comment?
His most recent one.
Me and Bubba are just alike from the waist down. All right, well.
I would, but the cord's like super short, so I can't really move it much.
I wish I had one of those IKEA desks that you can like stand up, like raise it up. That way you can stand and like move around.
Yeah.
I think I need one in my life.
You can get them that go on any desk, like that just sit on top of a desk that you can lift up.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Donna.
I've got to get rid of the shelf, but
you might have to raise your shower curtain.
Yeah, I will. Someone said that they got me a shower curtain in my chat earlier. I was like, I want to know more. Like, how are you going to get it to me? Like, but then I did get like a friend of mine bought me a shower curtain. It'll take forever to like get it to me. But she was so kind as to put my like Cold Truth logo on it.
Oh my goodness, that's so cool.
I know. I'm excited to get that.
I felt like a real douche, and you both might judge me for this, but especially considering what we like has happened this week with another creator. But I've had a lot of people that have like sent me things, which is super sweet. And so like someone reached out to Sunny and they were like, you guys should start Amazon wish lists. And I was like, no, not doing that. Like, not doing that at all.
That was so funny, though.
And, like, so we both kind of, like, pushed back on it. Like, and then,
you put toilet paper on yours?
So then Sunny made one. And then she was like, you need to make one. And I was like, I'm not making an Amazon wish list. I was like, I just feel weird about it. But people, like, have been really sweet and, like, have done things for me, which is like weird and like makes me feel awkward, but I love it. But it's like so sweet.
Yeah.
And so I was like, okay, so I made one, and now I'm like, oh.
The stuff that Sunny put on hers when they were like in the chat the other night, I was dying laughing.
I haven't actually looked at Sunny's, but
it was like, I think Deb said she was like, why do you have baby
toilet
toys
paper
on here and toilet paper and like paper towels? And then she went into that story about the plates on the floor. I was dying laughing.
Yeah.
Like, she cracks me up.
Yeah.
She's so just kind of like me though. Like, she'll just like randomly say like something like off the wall and be like, what?
I basically put like chips on mine and then like a few like random things that I like actually like, you know, have been like that I wanted, but yeah.
Every brand possible.
What?
Ketchup chips by every brand possible.
Yes.
Ketchup chips?
They're not sold in the US.
I don't think they should be. Like, who wants to eat a ketchup chip?
I know, Mel, it sounds gross, but I had them in Portugal when I was there in November, and they were amazing. They were amazing.
I get really triggered by ketchup on things that it shouldn't belong. Like, my man like dips his chips in ketchup.
So he would love ketchup chips because that's exactly what it tastes like. It just literally tastes like you take a chip and dip it in ketchup.
Puts ketchup on eggs. That's so disgusting.
I love ketchup on eggs.
What? I don't know. It's a reserve for French fries and hamburgers. That's it. It should only be sold for that purpose.
If someone sends me a whole bunch of ketchup chips, I'm going to send your man some.
Fuzzy B. That might be the worst one I've ever heard. But I'm the person that like I can't eat a green bean and a mashed potato in the same bite. I will flip out.
I can't even have food touching.
No, it can't touch. When I was younger, I used to put bread, like the crust of the bread, in between all my food because my parents wouldn't buy me the hospital trays I wanted. And like now I have like 5 hospital trays for
See, couponing with Donna. Someone told me that Walmart had ketchup chips, and I looked and I didn't find them, and I don't go to Walmart very often.
No.
So I don't know if it's a regional thing, but here where I live in Charlotte, North Carolina, I did not see ketchup chips, and I even went to Walmart to look for them. So it might just be different, like regional places. But no, Mel, if I get ketchup chips in a plethora, I'm gonna send you so you can give them to your man, and you're gonna be his savior. Because he will be like,
oh, he'll love you.
He'll be like, I've never loved you so much, honey, because you're the reason I have these.
There's like a light show going on in your background. I love it. It's like everything is like light, like it's like a light show, like Pink Floyd reminiscent.
Yeah, I put it on strobe or whatever.
It's cool. I just have this shower curtain of Aurora Borealis.
Well, hey,
I can't even say it.
For
There's
$19,
so many words that I
this
cannot
light too.
say. Like, I think I have like something wrong with like my mouth. Like, I can't say certain things. Like Aurora, like it won't come out. Aurora. I'll just say Northern Lights. But I always want to be like technical and try to say Aurora Borealis. I can't say WW2 or 1 or any of them. It just comes up like a mess. Like I can't put 2 W's together anywhere near each other.
Can you say Worcestershire?
Yeah. No. It's always like Worcestershire. Worcestershire.
Exactly.
And then she gives me, for her reading of her, like, she gives me the one with the it's like in the UK with like, it's like all Worcestershire like places of towns, and they're repeated incessantly throughout the reading that I'm supposed to do.
You gotta have Bloke do those.
I'm pretty sure I said to her while I was recording it for her, I was like, "You're such a bitch for giving me all of these ridiculous words that you know I can't say."
Okay, so when I'm reading, so every time like a new court document comes out for like Delphi or something, I get like this pit in my stomach because I'm like, I'm gonna have to read this on air, and I guarantee you, like, there's legal terms that I'm gonna be like,
Yeah.
it creates like anxiety in me that I'm gonna have to say something like, I don't know, I can't even think right now, but like there's like legal terms that you don't use in your normal everyday life, like
Yeah.
ex parte, or
Yeah.
even like that I'm
Habeas
like,
corpus, or
yeah.
Captain.
Yeah, there's a lot.
There was one recently in one of the Delphi ones that I was like, oh, I'm so glad that I read this before we went on air, because I like sounded it out in my head to get it correct before I read it.
Mm-hmm.
And then when Sunny was like, do you want to read the first page or the second page? I timed it out to see which pages. Like, I was like, okay, I'll read page 4 okay. So
That's funny.
Captain had the same thing. He actually called me to give me shit about the script that he read. The Friday the 13th one. Yeah. He was not happy because it was even their names. So, yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Mine was a rough run. Rough run. Yeah, but like, I can say world. Now I can't even say world. I can say world, and then I can later on say war, but I cannot say World War.
World War.
Get it out. Like, it comes out World War. Like, whoa.
I do that.
Like, I can't do it. But sometimes I like mispronounce stuff on purpose just to like annoy the people in my household. And so then I just get like used to it. Like whenever I see a rendezvous, like a rendezvous, like the vehicle, I'm like, get this rendezvous off the road. Hate being behind rendezvouses. And they're like, Mom, it's not a freaking rendezvous. It's.
I agree, Lady Fierce. And the second I have to read numbers on thing, like I'll be like Indiana code 474 section 427. I immediately get dyslexic and can't read.
I know. What was a crazy story and sad?
Friday the 13th one.
Oh.
I've not been asked to read one yet.
Right, Fuzzy B. It just, I can't do it either.
Actually, you know which one that you'll do. I just have to write it.
Scream.
Well, I'm about to go get in my, like, what did you call it when I changed for bed? When I was driving home, you were like, I came in the room and you're like, oh, wow, like, you're like sporty.
Your athleisure wear?
Yeah, that I wear to bed. Because I'm almost an ever nude.
You're not gonna wear a sweatshirt to bed though, right?
No. A tank top.
Right.
But like, I'm close.
That sounded creepy. I'm like,
no
so what
one
do you wear to
ever
bed?
watches, who is anybody watch Arrested Development? Like the greatest show ever. I love it. But wait, Tobias is never nude?
What kind of stand did they run in that show?
Huh?
What kind of stand did they run on that show? Was it a banana stand?
Yeah. It was a banana stand.
Sorry.
But yeah, like Tobias is an ever nude. Like the older I get, like I've become that, like an ever nude. Like I used to sleep nude, and then I went from like that and like took a hard turn to wearing all kinds of clothes to bed. It's weird.
I agree. Grandma watches.
And I can't not have socks and shoes on.
In bed?
I don't like it. Well, I take my shoes off right. Like they literally get taken off the second before I get into bed.
Or like you only wear the heels, right?
Yeah, I wear heels around the house all the time. Actually, I would fall and die. Like I have zero coordination. I trip over my own feet like like daily. Trip
I went to
upstairs, down the stairs, sidewalks get me all the time.
Yeah.
You know, like it's just a mess. And I have the same problem in my car. Like I don't have any depth perception, so I run into stuff all the time. Like literally, my friend, like she worked at a tire place for a while when we were like younger, and I was like, "Hey, can you look at my tires? Like, do they need to be changed or whatever?" And she comes back in and she's like, "You've got to be kidding me! How many things have you rubbed your car up against?" Because your tires, your tread is like barely used because you don't go anywhere, but you've run your car up on a lot of shit and like rubbed off the sides of my tires instead of like the tread of my tires. My kids used to be like, we'd be in the car and they were like, "Mommy bump, mommy bump." like they thought it was like I was doing it for their amusement. And then my ex-husband would get in the car because he was like anal car man, you know, like park on the back 40 with no cars around you so that no one's, he washed the cars like 2 times a week. It was like ridiculous. And then we'd be in the car and the girls would be going, "Mommy bump, mommy bump." And he was like, "What are they talking about?" 2-inch heels, and I had to go down some. Oh, that's terrible. Yeah, like I am not good in heels. Like they are not for me.
You know, I went to bed. I usually sleep in pajamas, and I went to bed the other night, and I like was so hot, and like, but I live alone, and so I was like, I like pulled my like pajama pants off, and like I was like laying there, and then I was like, immediately had a panic attack that I was like, what if there's something happens in the middle of the night, and like I don't want to be like the single guy they find 3 days later with no pants on.
Right. Or like if there's a tornado and you get swept up into a tree and you're just like up there in the tree with no clothes on and like impaled by a branch. Oh,
where do you come up with these?
That would be absolutely awful. Think about it. You know, a tornado, and then there's the trees up there, and it like you fall down into the tree with no clothes on, and you're impaled by a branch, and like they have to come.
And that would
find
be my
you
luck.
like
that would be my luck. No, my luck would be that I would survive enough to like exit the building but have no pants on, and then just be wandering around the streets with no pants on.
Do you have dreams like that where you're like,
no,
you forget
I don't.
your clothes in your dreams? Oh my gosh, I do it all the time, and like I go out in public, and then I realize I don't have any clothes on.
But I don't have a.
But I'm like a never nude.
Luck. I don't have good enough luck though to like be impaled on a tree. In that situation, to me, that's the best. That's the best case scenario in that situation is that you're impaled on a tree.
Really? You want to go out that way naked and like all exposed?
Would you rather just walk around the city for a while?
I mean, I would rather walk around naked than be impaled.
I'm just like, and I was wearing underwear, so I mean, like.
But I always think of these like crazy ways that you could die, and like, yeah, I'll stop there because.
Where do you come up with thoughts?
They're just in here, you know. They just like
those thoughts don't occur to you, Chaotic?
No, I
thought
like a tornado comes through, it's gonna deposit me in a tree.
It could happen anytime.
And like when I get near an ocean, I always think that I'm gonna end up being like Mel in the belly of the whale, like that I am gonna be swallowed by a whale, and then I'm just gonna be like living inside of this whale until I die of acid poisoning, and like instead of Jonah, it's gonna be me. You know?
My ex used to make fun of me because we would go to the beach. And like we'd get to the hotel room and you go out on the balcony and you're like, oh, you know, most people are like, it's so beautiful, look at the ocean. And I'm like scanning the water for sharks.
Yeah. Here's my question, Mel. When are you getting in said ocean because you don't like the heat?
You're right. I have visited my family that live in Florida, and like those are, you know, like I don't know. When I went to Maui, like I've thought about it a lot there. A lot, you know, just like thousands of ways to die. And
do you get in the water?
Yeah.
You do? Oh, I won't go in the ocean.
And you know, like I'm not a big fan. Like I'd rather be on a mountain 100%. Like I love mountains. They're like my grounding place. But like we did take a trip to Maui. My senior trip was in Maui. And we decided to go snorkeling at Black Sand Beach. And it's like you walk out for like miles in like 2 foot of water. But guess what can swim in 2 foot of water? Sharks. So we get out there to where we could snorkel. And I don't have the coordination for snorkeling. I was drowning. That's what I was doing out there. Was not working out. And so I was like so exhausted. And I went to climb up on a rock. Wasn't a rock. It wasn't a rock. It was a big old ass ancient turtle from like BC time. Like it was just this big ass turtle and it bit me in the Achilles. Swear to God.
It tried to kill you.
It bit me in the Achilles when I tried to climb up on it because it wasn't a rock.
That is some serial killer under the car shit.
I know. Like, that's not cool. And so then they wanted me to walk in the 2 foot of water. Like, I mean, in some places, it's like deeper, gushing blood out of my Achilles. And I'm like, absolutely not. Like, get a rescue squad up in here. I'm not doing it. So my boyfriend, my high school boyfriend, carried me on his back for like a mile up to the shore. Aww. And then we decided to go cliff diving. And I was so proud of myself because I'm not coordinated at all, right? And I'm talking, this was a jump. Like, we should have never been allowed to do this kind of a jump. Like, you had to, like, land in the water. You had to be, like, you know, like, you had to tuck your chin and everything and, like, point your toes down or you could, like, die, whatever. It was like, guess what I forgot to do?
Hold your breath?
Yep, sure did. So I torpedo down into the water. And it's all like I'm in blackness. Like the Lord saved me there.
Were there sharks?
Dear Lord, baby Jesus saved me. And like I don't even know how I found the surface. Like it was like so. I mean, it was crazy. Yeah. And then we wandered upon a nudist colony. It was so cool.
I've been to a nude beach.
It's nudes everywhere, just like nude old, and they were like all older people.
They're all old.
So weird. Why do old people want to be free like that?
I went to a nude beach when I was 19 and like everyone else was old and I was like, no, I'm not taking my clothes off. No. And now I look back at that and I'm like, what was I afraid of? I was like, I would have been the best looking person on that beach at that time.
Carol's here.
Oh, speaking of nude beaches, Carol, how are you?
Mel needs a hug.
Mel needs a hug. Not in the nudist colony.
Oh, I was ready to go join them. Not like
nude,
but just like I wanted to go and talk to them about their life. Like, what brought you to this decision to walk all this way? Because it was a trek to get to where we were. And it's like, you know, of course, the Christian school that I went to, they're trying to usher us away from the nudes. And I'm like, I want to go sit with them. I want to learn. I want to learn about why they're doing what they're doing and like get in the hot spring with them. But then, I did meet a couple nudies at hot springs in Colorado. And like I had mountain sickness, which makes you feel like you're tripping balls. I mean, it's the only other way I can describe it is like you feel like you're tripping balls. And so I'm like changing and all of a sudden there's like this saggy boobs in my face. Like droopy mom, like, and I'm like, and I'm trying to be all like, you know, like not trying to like show all my privates to everyone in the changing room.
Your goods.
They did not give a single fuck about that. And it was like a mom and a daughter. And so the daughter was like super tall and I'm like bent over trying to put on my socks and I turn and then there's coochie in my face. And then the mom saggy boobs are there. And I'm just like, I was so uncomfortable. Like I didn't even know what to do with myself. I'm pretty sure I just like Yeah, I just
You know, the socks ruin the fantasy.
Mel accidentally did LSD too. That would probably be on purpose because I've done a lot of research on LSD for helping with your mental illnesses. Much better about your.
You're right, girl. They do.
They really do. I get it.
Mel accidentally did LSD.
I'm gonna accidentally do all the drugs until I've done them all, except for the ones that will.
Mel's like, I accidentally hung out with Garrett Kurtz.
I accidentally found that I was covering Garrett Kurtz as my cousin as a relative. That really did happen. I had to tell Miss Cheryl that I'm like, I've met him. I didn't realize he was just a little tot, but like his family is related to my family, and they used to come to like our family get-togethers. But he was like super little and hardly ever came. But I know like his family. Like I was like, wow. I didn't find this out until I'd already been, doing, and I had to like go to her and tell her like, yeah, like just
Could
so
you introduce me?
Ugh, no.
I would interview Garrett Kurtz.
You've interviewed him?
I would. No, I've not. I've never talked to Garrett Kurtz, but I would interview Garrett Kurtz if given the opportunity.
It's your lie, Mel. Tell it how you want to. What does that mean? Does he think I'm just making all this shit up?
Probably the accidentally
part. It does sound like it.
No, you've given yourself PTSD. You've traumatized yourself.
But I do, like, every time.
Do you have a trauma bond with yourself?
Yeah, I do. Like I go on vacations and it's just like, I have so many stories every time I go. Like I went to Vegas, and you know how like the people will just try to grab you and like get you to buy their products or whatever. Well, that happened to me, and it was like this like eye cream. Okay. And she was just like, before I even knew what was happening, she's dabbing this stuff on my eye, right? Well, it like just really tweaked my eyes out. Like they were just like,
you let a random chick dab something onto your eyes in Vegas?
Yeah, and then I'm like, well, you got to do the other one. Like this one's all nice and like unwrinkled.
And you didn't know this woman?
No, it was in one of those little kiosk like thingies where they just trap you as you're walking by and like.
You let a stranger in Vegas dab something on your eyes. That's all you're saying.
Yeah, I did. Okay, so.
That made you feel tweaked.
Let me set you up for what I looked like on this trip. The night I had decided that I wanted to be tan and I don't like to be out in the sun. So I had like spray tan on, and it was night when we get there and we're just sitting talking, and we put our feet in like the pool. So when I come out of the water, guess what I didn't have from the shin down?
No tan.
White. So like orange brown meets white.
That doesn't hold up in chlorine.
And then my shoes melted because I just had cheap shoes on, and they melted to how hot the asphalt is there. Like they just like melted. So like, my sister was so fed up with me by day 2. She was like, because my eyes were like twitching. I've got this weird looking half tan going on. I've got melted shoes on, and then I'm like trying to rub this stuff off on my face. I'm like, I'm gonna just go in there and like try to do some work with like the soap and paper towels. But they didn't have any mirrors. Okay, so I don't realize that I have paper towels, like white shit.
Okay, I think Ray, your Ray's question is now valid.
Does he think I'm not telling the truth? Do I need to get my sister in here as a witness?
No, Ray's like, wonder what drug she accidentally did then.
Oh, my kids were like, my sister and my kids were just so fed up with me. They were just like, you've got to be kidding me. Like, get it together, Mom. It was a mess. But yeah, like every time I go on a vacation, like something really weird happens.
I love it. I love
Like
every bit of it.
I'm just like a magnet for really weird shit happening, I guess. I don't know. Like, who gets bit by a turtle that you think is a rock? Like,
On your Achilles, I see getting bit by a turtle, no big
yeah,
deal.
because I
But
was like
your
trying to
Achilles,
do one of these moves, to like sit up on it, and it just got me, Like, I
wait,
have
so
a
you
whole
were
class to attest to that. Mel's
well,
accidentally done every job.
in the turtle's
Going to
defense.
visit family in Florida.
In the turtle's defense, you kind of might have been at
I
fault there.
mean,
Like
it's kind of offensive to try to
you
sit
might have
on a turtle.
assaulted the turtle.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I own my like.
You might have been the greeno to that turtle.
Say it again, I dare you.
You might have been the greeno to that turtle.
But yeah, I mean, I shouldn't have tried to sit on it. Like, that was wrong. I own that. I'm sorry, turtle. But you didn't have to take it that. You didn't have to be that drama about it. The turtle didn't need to go that extra. Like, that
turtle was like, I lived 97 years, and this bitch thinks she can sit on me.
True story. That's a good one. Yeah, I can't think of any more. And just like the trips to the holler are always crazy. Like whenever you go there, got stuck in a tunnel because there they'll have one-way tunnels, like on the mountains.
Or in Tennessee?
No, in West Virginia. And like you just gotta like hope that the little light flashes so no one else can like get in there with you. I have like partial PTSD from that. Like that was terrifying.
We have a haunted tunnel here in North Carolina. Chaotic would like it.
And Grandma wants you to go to haunted.
Go to a haunted house.
Oh.
That's what I said. Like I would literally try to crawl inside of them. Like like eat me because I would die. Like I can't. Like I have so many fears.
So do I. Grandma watches
like
absolutely. I would want it videoed if I were to go to a haunted place with Chaotic. As long as y'all don't mind me screaming like a little girl occasionally.
I did like my friends when I was younger. They decided to take me to a haunted house. I assaulted someone. Like I went to like they came at me, and it's like their job to like scare you. Like they came at me, and I just like turned into Karate Kid. I don't even know. I didn't even know karate.
I got burned once at a haunted house by the chainsaw. It didn't have like a chain on it, of course. But they like I was on a hayride, and they went in between my legs and they hit the like seat of the hayride with it, and it burned the inside of my thigh.
Ah.
But now in retrospect, I'm like, yeah, that was like an 18-year-old kid operating a chainsaw at a haunted house.
Not okay. Like the things of the 90s.
Not normal. Like this kid was not qualified to do that, and he was probably high.
Did you ever like the tractor tires, like get in them and let someone like push you down? Like what were we thinking? Or like get on a disc and decide to like make your own like sledding hill and then like run into trees.
We used to truck surf, which is, for anyone that doesn't know, is like when you lay on the head, like the roof of a truck, and you put one hand in each side of the window, and you go down an old country road, and like the driver's like goes fast to like, and you like literally just hold on.
No, I didn't.
And you're on top of a moving vehicle.
Yeah, I wouldn't be here. I'm not coordinated.
I'm not either. But that's the stupidest thing I've probably ever done. But
I like had to go and find this comment. Where is it? She can't even look at water without thinking she's going to end up in a well. What the fuck? Treat a squirrel by
Oh, Gamer Girl knows what Chuck is.
to a pig. I used to have a fear of pigs. Like it was a legit, like it's called swinophobia. It's real. I had it, but I conquered it. I did. I overcame it for my kids' sake because it was keeping us away from the fair, and Indiana's known for, like a nice state fair
Right.
when the stages don't collapse and kill people, but
You know who won a never mind. Well, no, you know who won a large settlement from that stage collapse?
Who? You?
No.
I was gonna ask you for a loan, but
one of someone involved in the Delphi investigation. So someone involved in the Keegan Klein aspect of it.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, a victim. So I'm not gonna say their name.
Okay.
But yeah, they received a large settlement from that. They were involved in that stage collapse.
No, Ray, listen, Lyle, now if I accidentally fell on cow shit, you know what I'd be doing? I would be looking for some shrooms.
What's the Bacon Fest?
And it won't be an accident if I try those. But you're correct.
Carol, is the Bacon Fest, is that like an ISP job fair? Kidding.
Southern Girl is hilarious. And so is Ray. So is everybody. You have to be able to laugh at yourself in this world, It's like it's more fun.
Oh yeah, of course it is. Chaotic, do you like to laugh at yourself?
I mean, I don't have stories like this.
You don't? Really?
Chaotic's like, I don't find humor in anything.
Except Mel.
I am not warm. I am a dark.
I think we just found the cure to solving all YouTube drama.
What?
Mel's story times.
Not all the YouTube drama.
I mean, I have so many more. Like, unfortunately, it's I feel like I don't know. Just
do you have
happens
for Southern Girl? She wants to hear a cow story.
Do I have a cow story? I have a cow in my. I decided to go. You saw it when I went like farm shabby chic. So I have this cow in a picture of it, and like I don't normally have faces in my house, but the cow, like he's become my really good friend. And I was scared of him at first because he like looks at me. I swear he like follows me around like the Mona Lisa. But now that he's like been a part of our family living room, I love him. That's really my only cow. I mean, cow tipping. I tried that one time and I about tipped me over. Like, man, it's like tipping a cow it's a lot harder than you think.
Yeah, it is.
And it's just not nice. And so I'm glad that I wasn't able to tip it. But that's all. Anyone else? It's okay.
Wait, do you hear Chaotic sniffling over there?
Yeah, like rude. We're supposed to be stopping that.
We learned tonight my tear ducts do work. For happy occasions, apparently.
Good. I'm glad.
They just don't work for normal.
Oh my gosh, I needed this though, you guys.
Like
I
said,
needed to like laugh.
I'm not warm and fuzzy.
Warm and fuzzy. Chaotic's warm and fuzzy.
She's loyal and a badass though, so.
Chaotic, you should change your name to Fluzzy. Warm and fuzzy.
No.
Fuzzy. Fluzzy bear.
Just kidding, Fuzzy.
Look at my slippers though.
Oh, Fluzzy.
They're bats.
Those are cute.
Aww.
Best thing
isn't that what started the whole like madness?
No, don't blame my friends.
Oh, Ray, you were challenged by another alpha. That's what happened there.
Hang on, what? I missed something.
Right. I agree, Fuzzy. She is a fuzzy twin. She even was just telling me last night she wants to go see a new movie about Christopher Robin and Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah, Winnie the Pooh as a psycho murderer.
Details.
I thought he died. Oh my gosh, never mind.
Chaotic. It's like she feels the need to throw in that it's a horror film when I just said it was a movie about Christopher Robin and Winnie the Pooh.
I do want to. Wasn't there another like other than Winnie the Pooh they turned into?
Comments are great.
Or into one. I feel like there's another one too, but I can't remember what it is.
I mean, they've done Hansel and Gretel. I mean,
No.
I'm just reading back through all these comments. They're great.
Yeah, no, your chat is great tonight, Chaotic.
Yeah, this was fun.
I love everyone that's here.
Yeah.
At my house and I'm kind of hairy.
Carol says, riding my horse. I was chased by a herd of cows. It's supposed to be the other way around. Oh, and Ray, I don't know what Ray's saying, but he said he was close enough that he blew snot all over me. Ray, stop talking about your dating life.
I think he was talking about a bull.
Like he said, his dating life. Mel, we learned, has PTSD from everything. Like literally everything.
Well, I'm supposed to sleep.
She has crazy stories. She has crazy stories about shoes melting and ending up in a whale's belly. That was hilarious. And
My sister was behind me, and I felt a little sticky, but I hadn't got down to where my feet were hot yet. And she was like, "Oh my god, your black shoes are literally like strings." Like every time I take a step.
Good night, Southern Girl.
Again,
I feel like we did that already once.
It's been like 4 or 5 different.
Yeah, she was supposed to go to bed like an hour ago.
We're all gonna go to bed soon. At least
I don't want to come to a late night live again because she's gonna be like, I don't get any come over there.
I know. Well, Callie, to be fair, this is like the second night in a row you've got me up till 5 a.m. almost.
Well, and what's funny about Southern Girl?
4.
The night before, 2 nights ago, she was trying to get me to go live. She might be regretting that decision.
Is that when I was tired and you didn't want to?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh man, I've laughed so hard I cried, and you cried.
We both have tear ducts.
Bonding moment. Everybody's got tear ducts.
Only over here.
Oh, but yeah, I better go to bed before something else weird happens to me. Like, what if?
I mean,
Greeno's here.
That you haven't mentioned.
Okay.
You have one?
What? I know stories that you've told me, but I won't out you. You'll tell them in your own time. What?
I mean, it's fine. Remind me of it and I'll tell it.
Hey, Sub-Zero. My name's Adam, or Aspen, not Alan.
Hey, Sub-Zero.
This is Mel, not good.
How about waxing? You want to tell a waxing story?
Crazy fears. Huh?
Did you want to tell your waxing story?
What kind?
That gave me fears.
Wait, what body part?
When I decided to try to wax my own cooter at home on a weeknight with no one to help me.
You can't wax your own cooter.
But it gets
now
better.
apparently you can't. And like I got this big wax kit and like I like put it everywhere and then put on.
You have to pull it off.
Yeah, well, I just messed up like something with like mixing it, and like I went to pull off one strip and I thought I was gonna pass right out. Like I was like, oh no, absolutely not.
I'm playing Sub-Zero.
Oh no, like this isn't happening. I'm not ripping another one of these off. And so then I just had like wax scooter, like, and I couldn't get it off. And I'm like trying to find things around the house to remove this wax, and I'm just like sticking to myself. Like I closed everything up. It was like a wax chastity belt.
Wait, everything?
It was like a wax chastity belt. And like I'm like,
Did you mummify? Did you mummify
I
things?
literally thought I was gonna have to wake up my brother to help me.
No, I would rather. No, death is always the better choice.
My kids, and it was like I can't like.
No,
like what am I gonna do?
Death is the better choice than brother.
Days to get this wax off. Like it was so horrible.
Now, mind you, Aspen, she comes to like we'd hung out a few times, but then she comes to like the first big party of mine that she's been to. We're standing on my front porch in a circle, and she just busts out with this story.
Was Amy like, I could have helped you?
She didn't even know most of the people there and just starts telling this story.
That's what I love about Mel.
Was, wax cooter. Yeah, it was a cooter mess.
I don't think any of us are very afraid of things like that, of like being embarrassed by things like that.
No. So, I have all kinds of
I love that about you.
I had like, how when you have
Karen,
kids,
I'm not gonna help you in that
you start to kind of pee your pants, like I had the opposite of that. Like when I was younger, like I would just like pee my pants. Like I had to do things in order because of OCD. And so if I had to go to the bathroom, but if I was like, I'm getting gas, like I have to get the gas first and then I could go in and then pee and then pay. Well, Nope. I peed my pants at the gas station, and to cover it up, I decided that I was going to accidentally spray some of the gasoline.
Gas on you?
Yes. And then that way I can just...
Were you still a smoker then?
I was still in high school. And then that way I could just say that, like, I spilled the gas on me. I didn't pee my pants.
I just poured gasoline all over myself.
And then how many times I've had to pee. I tried to pee in a cup one time in the car. Women cannot pee in cups. That's not even the worst part of the story.
Men can pee in water, like Mountain Dew bottles.
My ex-husband's, like, a cup that we had, like, borrowed, like, taken from his house or something, and he, like, wanted it back later. I was like, I can't. It was like a souvenir cup. I'm like, for one, that's
disrespectful.
For giving us a souvenir cup. Like, but like, it's gone. And he's like, and I'm like, are you going to have to tell him that I peed in it? Like, because it's not going to come back. Like, he's not going to get it back. It was like part of like a group of cups or whatever you call that when you collect cups.
Southern Girl still awake. Southern Girl says, I've luckily never peed my pants. Southern Girl, I've peed in every possible thing that's like, I've peed in like water bottles, Mountain Dew bottles, Gatorade bottles, because they at least have a bigger opening.
Yeah, we just don't have that privilege of just being able to do that. But I had to pee in the car, and I tried to get it in that cup.
If you hold it close enough, you can get it in there.
Listen, I don't know. It didn't work out. And then I was like, the friend that we'd go on like road trips, and I always had to pee, and of course we're on a stretch where it's just farmland and nothing, and then like picking like getting out and then thinking that I'm not showing the road my ass, and then people like honking because I didn't like take covers. Ugh.
I have blocked several of my female friends from being seen as they peed in a parking lot or between cars or on the side of the road. But it's because I love females, so I'll try to protect their asses from being seen.
That's nice of you. But
Yeah, never peed in my pants, Ray.
yeah, I had a nickname.
I used to have a female friend that she always wanted people to stay over when she was drunk, and so like if you went out with her, she'd be like, "Just stay with me, just stay with me," and she'd be like, "Cuddle," but she peed the bed all the time, like
I
as an
didn't do
adult.
that.
And it wasn't. She'd be like, "Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm going to the bathroom." She'd go to the bathroom, and then you'd be like, "Okay, we're going to bed now," and then she'd pee the bed, and you'd wake up and you'd be like, "I'm laying in pee."
That is unacceptable. I have never done that.
But it wasn't her fault. Like she really, literally, I guess, couldn't control it. But you're like, not welcoming to guests.
No. No. But yeah, like you need to put on your wish list, Mel. Is that female funnel for me? So we'll get that for you.
Carol, you do need a bottle if you're a guy and you're like in a vehicle that's moving, because it's not okay to pee anywhere there.
Oh man. Oh, so fun.
Yeah.
I need to
I do need to go to bed.
again.
I do need to go to bed soon.
Yeah, I'm getting that like hyperactivity delirium.
Oh goodness.
Okay, like, are you gonna be okay if we go to bed? What are you gonna do?
We'll watch a scary movie, of course.
What are you gonna watch tonight?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Carol says out the window of a car. Carol. I mean, clearly you can't do that if you're driving, and if you're not driving, that means you're in someone else's car typically. And I doubt many of my friends love me enough to let me just piss out of their cars they're driving. I think I might be a little pee shy for that too, actually. Now that I think of it.
Another thing you can't really do is puke out of a window of a moving fast car.
Right.
I tried, of course. And oh my gosh, it cost me so much money to like have my sister's car cleaned up because I basically ended up just like puking on my own face. And then it just like dripped down into like the window rubber or whatever you call that. Ugh, it's terrible. And of course it was like aftershock. Right. You know, like, huh.
Did you see Grandma Watch's comment there?
On this one?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Just never know what's gonna happen.
That's how all men feel all the time, Grandma Watches. They're like, well, I did this and this happened. I don't know why.
If you guys had a genie for the day, like what would you ask for?
All the things middle-aged men ask for. Money.
Well,
that's all.
I would ask for a dick for a day. Just because I really just kind of want to know what that's like.
Having dealt with enough dicks.
Yeah, but I want to be able to use one on people. Like, just to see what that feels like. And then I could pee in cups.
That's true.
But,
and you know, men are over there. Men are over here like, I want to be a grasshopper for a day.
Oh my.
Yeah, that one usually offends people. They're like, you would really waste your genie wish on that? And I'm like, it's a genie wish. It's never going to happen. Like, so why do I have to be so serious about a genie in a bottle giving me a wish?
Genie wishes are very serious.
That's very fake. Like, never going to happen. Never going to rub something and a big genie's going to pop out.
Weird. There you go back to trying to rub something.
That would definitely give me some PTSD if that ever did happen. Oh my gosh. I might not recover.
Oh, goodness.
You wouldn't? You're still up, Southern girl. Oh, I would. I just want to know. I say it a lot just to irk my man, because he's always like, you can just see him like puckering up, you know, of like, say that.
Grandma watches says, that excuse, oops, I didn't mean to poke it in that hole. Sorry, doesn't fly. Good choice of words there, Grandma watches.
Get a green out. Ow.
Oh, Grandma watches. She said, "Your luck now."
I know. Oof. Might have to be changed that. But yeah, Carol. Well, you wish for endless wishes.
What a shame would it be to like wish for that and then not even be able to see it or feel it?
Oh, that would suck.
I was referring to Grandma Watch's comment.
Oh.
About Greeno.
Yeah, probably.
Watch her wake up with one in her rose.
Dick slapped.
Jeannie's like, you thought I wasn't real?
Jeannie is listening, and I am dead meat.
Fuzzy B said, a Jeannie weenie wish.
In the morning, I know it. Dang it. And it's a Sunday. It's the Lord's Day. I need to.
It is the Lord's Day.
Oh my.
It's the holy day.
Would
it? Grandma watches.
I want to put it in things and like see how that feels. That's why I want it.
Mel, you've just described what every man's goal in life is.
Exactly. I know. I think I might have been meant to be a man. I mean, you saw how good I looked as one.
I know. That's like, so anytime you're like, why would a man do this? Now you know. Just say that thing after it. It doesn't make it okay.
You all started, not my fault.
Grandma watches. God. Typical male response.
So much fun.
Oh, goodness.
But as you can see, like, I just don't, like, not a lot. Like, I'm just kind of, it is what it is, like, it's your life story. Like, why hide it?
That's like, what Ray Jones says. It is what it is.
It is. It really is. And like, you can either like just never leave home, which I'm close. Some days I'm close to that, but like, you just roll with it. Roll with it. Isn't that a song?
Just roll with it. Yep, just roll with it. Rolling with my homies.
Oh, that's
Kat,
true.
What happened to your avatar?
According to the book that was not canonized.
Yeah, Kadak, when you put your avatar on, you didn't have an avatar.
You don't either right now.
That happens all the time. I don't know why. Because look, like on my screen, I have one.
I feel like I want to meet Southern Girl.
Not there. Hang on. Nope, not there.
No, I believe you because Sunny tells me that all the time. But like on my screen, I have an avatar.
Weird.
Yes, like texting your textures and such. Yeah, I mean, I think it's. I just,
You're right, Grandma watches. I am, and I love to stir that pot. But only at 4 a.m.
Okay. Well, I'm going to bed.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna go try to unwind and take some ashwagandha. Right. However the hell you say it.
Accidentally?
On purpose. But you know what I found out though? Like, because I have you guys will be so shocked by this. but I have the tendency to like more is better kind of an
No.
attitude towards life. So I haven't been sleeping, and I got some melatonin and ashwagandha. I don't even know if I'm saying it right. Ashwasha. I don't know what it is, but it was like it says to take one, and I was like, I'm taking 4. Like definitely taking more. And then I find, yeah, that word, Carol. And then I had an appointment with my psychiatrist, and she was like, yeah, like sometimes the right amount is better because it's just when you take too much, it can have like the opposite effect and keep you up.
Yeah.
I'm like, I did not know that. Interesting. So yeah, don't take too much melatonin or ashwagandha.
And don't
Ashwagandha.
accidentally take anything else.
Ashwagandha? Am I saying it right, Carol? Ashwagandha?
No, I think that's the new Black Panther movie.
No, it's the sleeping stuff I've been taking. Are you making fun of me?
No.
Okay, everyone tell Mel good night.
Yeah.
I've got to go to bed too.
You'll have your moment.
Yeah, like, less is better, according to a professional. All right, guys. Thanks for having me on. So much fun.
Good night, Mel.
Do this again soon.
Yeah, sooner than last time.
Yes, for sure. All right.
Okay, everybody can say good night to Aspen now and me. That was not planned to be 5.5 hours long, but here we are. Are you surprised, Aspen? Because I'm not.
No. I had fun. Thank you.
Well, it won't be as long as it was last time that I'll be gone, but I will probably be gone for like a week or 2.
Okay.
So, but good night, everybody. I'm going to go watch a movie. Aspen's going to go to sleep. And I will see you guys around YouTube somewhere, I'm sure.
Good night.
We got live tomorrow night with Sunny, right?
I do, yeah.
Alrighty. Well, get some sleep. Good night.
Well, thank you for inviting me on. I'll see you later.
Yep. Bye.